I know we both want to do the right thing, but the needle in our compass is trembling. Trapped in the flames as our house burns down, left for dead cause we can't find common ground. We can't find common ground, so we agree to burn it down.
Welcome back to the Interview Podcast on the Y Millbank Podcast Network from Millbank, South Dakota. This is Craig Weinberg. This is a special Election Day live stream as we wanted to talk about the election as it carries on. With me live from the South Warmville down in Dallas, north of Dallas, Texas, Andrew DeGraff Reed is with us live. How's it going, man?
It is going fabulous.
Awesome.
Seeing some red on the old ticker up here, and I think we're about 6 minutes from another poll closing. So
fun. as we've been prepping this stream today, we've been kind of looking through some of the numbers that they're calling. Where are we at? If we like you said that Florida has already called some races. Florida, the East Coast, has already called some races.
Right, for DeSantis, for Rubio. So that's.
Let's jump into this. MSNBC's got Florida. They're talking about right now. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, that'd be great.
We'll see what they've got.
They've got tiers, man. They've got tiers.
Except I'm confused here. Are they not talking? Are they just going through? So they got Fetterman 81.3% up against Dr. Oz 16.9, 7% in. It's too early to call in Pennsylvania, they claim, which is probably appropriate. So I'm not sure what they're doing on this screen. So we'll drop out of there and come back to them and see what's going on.
Hey, they're more confused than we are, man.
It's so hard to know because so many people are, so many things are streaming. I know Crowder is streaming. He's on Rumble, got kicked off of YouTube.
Freest and fair selection.
Or as I call it, the worst county.
The worst county. Oh, well, don't worry. It's only 20% of the voting machines.
No, that's
in
the
that
wrong one.
county
Hold on.
were-
There we
were
go.
having a problem.
Bridges of Maricopa, shitty county.
Yes. And elderly's in a tub.
Legends of the fraud.
Yes.
Is that Abbott in the background?
Fastest
I think
man
that's
in
Abbott in the
Dave
background.
Landau. And you know what?
Ahoy,
This is
ahoy.
also last time we
Indeed.
called in to you in
I
Michigan
think it
You
is.
did.
when Wayne County was called.
That's correct.
Because
And
are they in Dallas? Is where they're based out of, or are they out of Austin?
I'm not really sure where they're based out of.
I can't remember. I was down there visiting you a week ago, and got a chance to go see
Hang
the
out with
sausage get made for his
Yeah.
the way he did his show. And it's kind of fun to see the process. It's kind of really interesting though, because all you see if you watch his Change My Mind segments at all on YouTube, all you get to see is his the result. You don't see all the back end and all the people that are working the crowd to actually try to find to find people that will be compelling on camera. And I thought that was really interesting how they did that.
Are they looking for people that are compelling or people that are stupid?
I actually don't think they're looking for people that are stupid for that. I really don't. I think they want someone who's willing to have a real like to really press the point, because obviously he's not going to go out there with no prep. I mean, he's totally prepared. And so
Yeah,
I think he wants to really push back with data is what it seems like. And it was impressive to see their machine work. And we stayed for about 45 minutes. It wasn't a long time, but it was kind of fun to see the process. All right, we did have a map we were looking at, didn't we?
Depends on which one you're popping up there.
All right, so the Google, just straight up Google. So, we know that there's no bias here, but Google, the Senate results currently, and this is updated 7/27. That was a minute ago. Central Standard Time, which is what we're on. 38 Democrats, 35 GOP in the Senate.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that people don't realize is that it's a pretty tough road for Republicans in the Senate. There's only a handful of states that are a toss-up. We were defending a lot of states. Not a lot of Democrats up for re-election in areas that were up for grabs. So that's a tough road.
Oklahoma.
Yeah,
they're calling both of those. 2 Senate seats were up in Oklahoma.
I'm trying. Your graphic is kind of small for me, so I'm trying to see what you got.
Oh, okay, so I just search election maps on the Google, and it's just their Google's map that they've got rolling. Let's see here. Let's go back and see if MSNBC has got their talking yet.
Audio.
No, just I think they're taking a break. They're preparing. That's what it looks like.
And I think they're behind on their counts too. That Warnock Walker count is way old, I think. I'm watching to see if there's an update here.
I lost my camera. Come on now. There we go. Sometimes it pays to have not the best gear. And we are, just so anyone you're aware, if you're listening live, we are expecting to hear from Travis Wilson, running for state representative for Missouri. He's supposed to jump in here shortly. We're also, we should have Jeremy Bynum running for local house, state house in the Ketchikan area, I believe in Alaska. And then you said we have another Arkansas. Is that right?
No, Matt's actually in Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we can get him to clarify, but I believe he's licensed to practice law in Mississippi, Tennessee,
all right,
and possibly one other state.
Excellent. Well, we will grab those as we can. And the goal of this show is just to kind of have a conversation around the process of elections and just watch stuff as it comes in. So it'll be a different interview like to normal. We've never done this before on this show. So hopefully you'll enjoy it a little bit as we go forward. But
so they just called Arkansas for Huckabee Sanders. That's
was that the the old press secretary for Donald Trump?
Correct.
What's she running for? Senate?
Governor.
Wow. Now that's fascinating. Her dad was governor.
Her dad was governor.
So we're starting a new dynasty.
When we get Matt on, we can have him talk about that a little bit. In fact, let me see if I can buzz him, get him to jump on. Matt actually worked on her dad's campaign and is good friends with her and her siblings there. So
fantastic. Let's jump back into old.
Is that a cardboard governor?
Yeah, I think it's Abbott.
Yeah, is he cardboard?
In the background for Crowder.
He's not moving.
That's kind of Abbott, though, right? I mean, how bad is it? I mean, Abbott is not an actual compelling person that you want to go vote for. I mean, the biggest motivation people had to vote was that if you didn't go vote for Abbott, you were going to get Beto. So, I mean,
I would box you.
You don't want to adjudicate. Get red. No. So no one's trying to.
What a compelling argument not to go for a jog.
Yeah, I mean, again, the story here in Pennsylvania,
Tree
with
fell
one
on him.
exception right now, is that you're seeing mail vote get reported out here first in a lot of these places, accounting for that significant advantage that Fetterman has. Natalia, on your screen, you do see one Republican area reporting out here, and Oz getting the jump. So it's not all going to come in that order, but this is the kind of pattern that Oz is going to need in a county like this. He's going to need same-day vote to come in huge for him, to offset this. One thing we're seeing is that relative to 2020, Fetterman.
Yeah, so this is fascinating that they are when bumps come in for the person that they don't lean toward. And if you follow MSNBC at all, you understand that they lean heavily to the left. And so if sorry, tip, fall, dry. I'm not. What do you want to call it?
They reside in the left.
Fantastic. So it's fascinating that if Oz does good, it's only because this is what he's going to need more of to beat our guy Fetterman, and that's interesting. It looks like Matt is here available. Are we?
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll drop him in here. Matt Wilson, welcome to the interview.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Yes.
Well, good. I've got my glasses need new bifocals, and so I have to take my glasses off to read. So I'm channeling my inner William Kunstler. You remember the old William Kunstler attorney, the one who wore the glasses over his forehead, and
so you get to use your glasses for a headband now.
I do. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So Matt, give us a little introduction here. So Matt and I went to law school together. He was a year ahead of me, obviously a little smarter than me. So
obviously. But what's a few term papers between friends or something?
Absolutely.
So Matt, you're licensed in how many states now?
Mississippi and Tennessee, and I'm also a registered patent attorney.
Excellent. So we were just talking about, so they've already called the race for Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and I know
I saw that. Mm-hmm.
You have some connection there. You want to?
I do. When I was a lowly engineering major at Mississippi State University, I had the occasion to go to a conference in Memphis and bumped into a young man named John Mark Huckabee, and we hit it off real well. Turned out his father was the governor, and before long I'm going to work for his dad as a political as his youth coordinator officially. And what I was supposed to do on paper was to do these little things to get college kids out to vote and that kind of stuff. But we ended up having a situation where the governor was so far ahead in the polls that our volunteers, by and large, left us, not because they were mad at the governor, not because they didn't want him to win, but they wanted to go and work for the down ballot Republicans because they needed the help more. So instead of being the youth coordinator, I ended up being the chief volunteer. So I'd wake up one morning, go to the office, and they'd say, all right, we need signs in Lake Village. So I'd have to drive down the Mississippi River and the Louisiana border and put up signs. And then the next morning, all right, there's not enough signs in Fort Smith. So I'd have to drive to Oklahoma border and put some signs up. And then I ended up doing a lot more stuff where we would go to these events like the Watermelon Festival in Hope.
Did you do the watermelon crawl?
No, didn't do anything like that. But we would go to these various parades and whatnot, and I would end up being essentially the body man. And so the governor's security would be 5 or 6 feet away, and they would be surveying the people and whatnot, and they were doing their job. But I was the one that was literally 2 feet from the governor, and I used to just think to myself, if somebody wanted to cap the man, I'd be the one taking the bullet. I felt like, but no, I enjoyed it. Governor Huckabee has been a very, very, the family's been good to me. The governor has been a dear friend of mine for 25 years. In fact, this is really funny. When he ran for president, the first time he ran for president, and he was starting to gain momentum. and this has been about, see, I hadn't seen him in 2000. It had been about 7 or 8 years since I had seen him, because, you know, it was before Facebook had really just gotten in vogue. It's about 2008. And he had come to Mississippi for to campaign for some fella. And actually, before that, he had come to Alabama to actually campaign as he was running for president. And I got in line and saw him, and he was so excited to see me, and we were chatting, and you know, I felt bad for the other people that wanted to meet the guy. So I'd say, hey, you need your book? Yeah, give me your book. So, Governor, this fella from Alabama here needs, you know, a really nice lady here. Autograph it for his daughter. Yeah, very good. So how's Janet? Oh, Janet's in Alaska. Oh, great. You know, hey, you want a picture? Okay. It was like old time's sake. I was like going back to my old, you know. Well, then about 8 years later, was it 8 years later? Yeah, 7 years later, when he was running for president again, Sarah, I messaged her, and this is long before she became White House press secretary, long before she became a household name. And so I was going to do a little bit of work for them. And of course, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, you know, Mr. Trump came and pulled it off. And he didn't end up, you know, going any further into the Republican race. So, you know, but I've been acquainted with them for very, very many years, and very excited about Sarah winning tonight.
So, Matt, I have a question regarding when she was. Since I mean, you have how close are you to her to be able to have conversation?
Well, I'm much closer with her oldest brother.
Okay.
I've been friends with him for 25 years, and you know, I've lived in various places from Oklahoma, you know, Tennessee, Mississippi, Virginia, and he's one of the few friends that have checked in with me literally like once a week. Every week I've lived somewhere I've been at. Okay. But Sarah, I'll tell you, the first time I met Sarah, it was so interesting. It was, I had just went to work for the campaign for her father, and I had just graduated from college, just moved to Arkansas with my wife. And in Arkansas, the primary for governor at the time, and I think it still is in May. And so we had a primary, and a gentleman ran against the governor, and he was a perennial candidate, if you know what I mean. I mean, there was no real competition, but we still went ahead and have a watch party. And so we went to this hotel for the watch party. And of course, my wife and I, Amy, you know, we're new to Arkansas. We don't really know anybody. We hardly know people on the campaign. We just literally started working there 2 weeks earlier. And I'm sitting in the foyer next to a little 16-year-old girl who happens to be the governor's daughter. And I say, Sarah, how you doing? I mean, it's like, and so it's weird knowing that the governor-elect of Arkansas is somebody I've known since she was a junior in high school. Now, I mean, we're on first name basis. Yeah. You know, we're Facebook friends. You know, she would know me, and I mean, you know what I'm saying. But we're not drinking buddies by any stretch of the imagination. Well, if there was anything close to that, it would be with her brother.
Gotcha. Because I was curious to know if you had any insight of what her, like, how the experience of being press secretary was. Because I just think that would be a fascinating, like, look into what that world looked like.
Well, I dealt with her just a little bit one time when she was press secretary, and what had happened. I had heard of if you know, President Trump, for all the people that dislike him, for all the people that love him, you know, he's one of these very down to earth kind of guys who genuinely cares for folks whenever they go through tough times. And I had an idea, because there was a particular young woman in one of the communities I lived, a cousin of a friend of mine, whose husband had died at work, a tragic death or something. And I asked Governor Huckabee if he thought this was a good idea. Maybe we could see if the president might send her a letter or something. And he said, well, why don't we just check with Sarah? And so she copied me, and sure enough, I'm communicating with the White House press secretary. And well, it turned out the president wasn't able to do something, because like the very next day, the North Korean dictator decided to start lobbing, missiles into the Pacific, and it was like, DEFCON may have been raised, and we were thinking nuclear war. And it's like, oh gosh, I can't bug the president for something like this.
Right.
But I'm sure they would have been amenable and helping and all that kind of stuff. But it was, knowing the Huckabees as long as I've known them, you have to understand that I know the personalities of the governor and Mrs. Huckabee. Governor Huckabee is, first of all, they're both warm, loving, caring, God-fearing, what I'm saying. But sometimes Janet can be a little bit more direct than the governor. Okay. And so, I mean, she doesn't really pull that many punches. Governor Huckabee, on the other hand, is a little bit more finessed, and I'm not saying she's not. I'm just saying, they're both the heads and the tails, the obverse, the reverse side of the same coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I see so much about, their respective personalities when I look at Sarah, and it's amazing how she is a literal perfect mix between her mother and her father, and I marvel at that because I love them so much, and I'm so proud of her. Yeah. But so that was that. So I'm very excited about that. Also, I don't know if you knew this or not, Andrew, but one of our other law school buddies was the nominee for governor of Maryland this year, right? Did you know that?
Who was that? I didn't know that.
Dan Cox. He was in my class in law school. He was the Republican nominee for governor of Maryland.
Yeah, I think they've already called that election.
Yeah. I actually worked on that campaign. I was one of the lawyers on a situation. So yeah, but it's weird how the older you get and the more connected we are with electronics and Facebook, the more you see friends of yours that are engaging in the political arena, and then you end up working with them or doing stuff for them. I have another friend of mine who I went to church with in Tennessee. Come to find out, his brother-in-law is running for governor of New Mexico. I mean, it's just weird how you can bump into people or interact with people who have these interesting stories and these interesting connections, So.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like in the Senate race, they've called Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Alabama, Florida, Arkansas, and Oklahoma for Republicans.
Well, there's 2 Oklahoma races running. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, you're right. And I think they may have actually called both of those.
Okay.
They have. Very, very similar numbers.
Very similar numbers. Yep. And one of the things, I used to live in Oklahoma, and granted that was 20 years. In fact, it was right before I went to law school. We moved from Oklahoma to Virginia, which is weird considering the fact I'm a Mississippi boy. I was living in Oklahoma. And when we lived in Oklahoma, we were using the Scantron ballots back then. I don't know how they do them now, but they had a mechanism where you could just check one box and do straight party line voting.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. At least that's how it was, like I said, 20 years ago when I lived in Tulsa. But, sometimes I would check it, and then sometimes I'd be wondering, I don't know who these people are. I don't know who this school board person is. I don't know who that person is. Right, so, right. I mean, in some of those down ballot races, I would just vote for the person who had the prettiest sign. I mean, really, I hate to say it.
It was interesting. My first time voting here in Texas. So when we went in and to get your ballot, you have to show your ID. They scan your ID, and when they scan your ID, it actually prints your ballot at that point. So there are no stray ballots running around. The ballot is actually printed when they scan your ID and determine that you're eligible to vote.
And Andrew, I don't want to totally shut you off, but let's check in with Chuck Todd here.
Yeah.
Then suddenly, we see where this is going.
Sorry, hold on.
Wisconsin is still a state Republicans feel better about. So we'll go ahead and put that there just for our hypothetical. We're not calling a race for anybody wondering out there. No call at all. So then you've got Pennsylvania I'm going to wait on. Georgia I'm going to wait on. Arizona is one that Democrats still feel pretty good about. So look,
yeah, right.
If this is what we're looking at here, and this was always the three, I think, closest races, you got Georgia runoff, which I think is a strong possibility. Nevada, we're going to find out, right? It looks like the governor's in big trouble there. Does he drag down the Democratic incumbent senator? So, look, if Republicans grab this one, then they just need one of the final two, Pennsylvania or win the runoff. But I'll tell you, while the House may not be much of a story by the end of the night, I think we're going to be sitting here, perhaps with Georgia and Pennsylvania, for the rest of the week. And
that's a bold
Arizona,
prediction.
we're not going to get the full count.
Be
Arizona
prepared for
will
the
know.
entire week.
Even if one of the candidates wins by 3 or 4 points, we probably still won't know for a week.
So it's coming down to Georgia and Pennsylvania
Wow.
for the Senate. You're giving
So
me 2025.
do you think that's just prep to make sure that everyone is aware that, come on, we're not going to know, so just be ready? You think that's part of it?
I don't know. I don't know what the motive is. The only people you're hearing that from is from the left. So it is interesting to see what the.
Okay, you guys are clearly much more aged than I am.
Oh, gee, thanks. So my daughter, I'll tell you what, in fairness, I went to Walmart yesterday with my daughter, and 14 years old. She says, Dad, you ought to dress up as Santa this year. I'm thinking, well, I guess I could.
No. Do you recall any time in your life, and the peanut gallery's here, and he's clearly older than me as well.
12 years older.
Yeah. That's disturbing if you think about it.
Just so you know, Matt, that's his dad.
Oh.
And we're not from Mississippi. Do you recall a time when we were planning to not know the results the night of the election?
Trying to think in my lifetime. Of course, recent things, planning.
Yeah, I think the only one I can think of would be the George Bush, Al Gore.
I mean, that one was the first one in my lifetime where things were drug out and we didn't know what was going on. Of course, we saw it repeated in 20.
Right.
But as far as active planning out, no, I can't think of anything I can imagine, because I mean, even in the close race. Well, first of all, let's back up. Okay. I was born in 1974, and I didn't start following presidential politics until 1980. I was 6 years old, but I was really into it. And I remember, I distinctly remember the night President Carter lost to President Reagan, and I was devastated. Because at the time I was, a Southern Democrat. My father was a Democrat. I liked, Carter.
Yeah.
But then I became a fan of Reagan, and I, love him too. But I digress. But I remember that night, and it was called even before California closed their polls.
Yeah.
President Reagan got the word that he had won when President Carter called him, and Nancy had to go get him out of the shower to say the president's on the phone wanting to concede. Did y'all know that? I mean, really?
No, I didn't.
No.
Yeah. I mean, so and then you move forward in 1984. Oh my gosh, that was such a landslide. I mean, Walter Mondale carried Minnesota and he carried the District of Columbia, but Reagan ran the table on every other state. Okay, so the next race, 1988, Dukakis versus Bush. We were expecting it to be much closer. Of course, we know Bush pulled it out. Then, of course, 1992 is when it became a three-man race, and we didn't know what we were getting into. But even then,
was that really a three-man? It kind of was a three-man race, but didn't that give it to Clinton?
Yeah.
Well, no, well, I mean, here Clinton only won with 43% of the vote. Because I mean, what had happened is Perot never had a single electoral vote, but he took enough of Bush Senior's vote and split the difference enough that he was, it caused Clinton to jump over Bush in some key states.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then Perot did it again in 96, and if I'm not mistaken, Clinton only had 47% of the vote then, going after Dole.
So do we get to blame Perot for having to deal with that shrill Clinton that keeps hanging around and just will not go away?
Yeah, I think he I mean, God rest his soul, I think he does have some bearing. I also think, and I mean, no disrespect for the late Admiral, but putting Admiral Stockdale on that ticket in 1992 tanked it made it even worse for Perot. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all remember that? Do you remember that, Andrew?
No, I guess I don't.
Okay, so Stockdale was viewed to begin with as like a major coup for Perot, because Stockdale had been a POW in Vietnam, and he was, if I'm not mistaken, and by this time he was an admiral.
So he was McCain before McCain?
Yeah, basically, but he had no political experience. Okay, he was just and they had the vice presidential debate with Al Gore and like I said, this is Dan Quayle, and then they also had Admiral Stockdale. And
why am I here?
Exactly. Yes, thank you. Why am I here? I mean, he said that during the debate, and people felt about as bad for Admiral Stockdale on a personal level, like, Mr. Perot, why are you putting him through this? Okay, sort of like a lot of folks think of President Biden. Why is the Democrats putting a man with cognitive issues through what he's as president, if nothing else? So that was a big factor. And at any rate, we'd be in a completely different world right now if Bush had won in 92. We certainly would have been. Of course, there wouldn't have been Hillary or Bill or anything like that.
Then, do you think they would have just picked it up, waited for, and then?
I don't know, man. That seems. I think they were very opportunistic in that.
Yeah. That
point. I mean.
Yeah, I mean they were.
Nobody really wanted to run against Bush, right?
Oh God! Well, let's back up. I was talking to my daughter, or no, was it my son? I was explaining to my son this today. In 1991, following the Gulf War, Mr. Bush had a 91% approval rating. Okay, I kid you not. That was, look it up. Gallup had him at 91% following the Gulf War, and so Saturday Night Live did a sketch, and I hope it's still online somewhere. But it's a sketch of all the Democrat candidates on a debate arguing about why they should not be picked to be the nominee. That was the whole sketch. And instead of having Al Gore on the stage, they had someone pretending to be Tipper. And Tipper, in this Saturday Night Live sketch, said, Al couldn't make it because he's gone to a gay porn film with our son. I mean that's just the perception. Okay. But then President Bush, he had raised taxes that triggered a recession. The recession, spiraled, and then Ross Perot had some bad blood with Bush because of some Texas things, and decided to run against him. And Clinton and James Carville, had
James Carville.
By the way, you got to get back to the Huckabee thing for just a minute.
Hold on just a second, Matt. I think we have somebody else that's got a relatively limited amount of time to join us here. Let's.
As soon as he's back at the helm, he just stepped away for a second. As soon as we get back, Travis Wilson's here.
We may cut you off again here in just a minute, but go ahead.
Well, the basic gist of it is that when I lived in Arkansas, One time I went to the governor's mansion to watch a football game and watched it in the basement. And it was so wild knowing that was where.
I need to know what the football game was, though.
It was the Arkansas-Mississippi State game.
I knew
it's college, Andrew.
It was college game.
I knew he would know.
And
all right.
But anyway, it was just wild knowing
Excellent.
that they had done the campaign in that very room. That's where they had planned the big thing.
Yeah. Travis Wilson, you're here. How are you?
I am here, and gentlemen, I am thrilled to be with you. It's been a long day, and happy to be here with Matt Wilson. Matt, my name is Travis Wilson, so good to meet you, sir.
Well, I'm glad that when we were separated at birth, that I don't know where that came from.
It had to be true. I mean, we're two handsome guys, which anybody who's listening can more than tell. Just by the sound of our voice.
Absolutely.
Well, I do have my radio voice on, so
I like it. All right, Travis.
That's right.
Travis, you're running for state representative in Missouri, correct?
That's right.
Is it Missouri? What is it?
Well, I'll tell you something. I call it Missouri. My mother calls it Missouri because her father was from Poplar Bluff, which is a very rural part of the state. And we're hoping that by the end of the night, the Democrats do call it misery. So that's the way I would phrase it. Absolutely.
So how are you feeling today? Because polls closed.
We feel good. We feel good. Yes, the polls closed right at just about an hour ago, and I'm looking at my computer screen at the St. Charles County Election Authority website, the unofficial election results. I do not see anything yet. It is 0 of 0 precincts reporting. So those are our current results, gentlemen. And
were there any sentiment that was good or bad toward you as you saw people today?
So yes, definitely felt some good vibes. I was at one of the more 50-50 type precincts within my district, and I put my family members who were volunteering and gave me their entire day, which I'm very thankful for. I put them at the more Republican friendly districts. So they got a lot of thumbs up. They got a lot of, hey, I voted for your son sort of deal. And I appreciate that. I took the more challenging district because it's the largest one. 4,000 people are registered at the precinct that I hung out at today. So, we feel good. I definitely like to tell you that I'm going to do well in my precinct. But, we're going to wait and find out here shortly, hopefully within the next hour or so.
Hey, what is that website that you're watching there? I know you're not going to be able to stay with us very long, so
sure. No, I will. I'll tell you what. If I've got my email pulled up as well, and I've got that link copy, tell me your email. I'll email it to you right now.
Can you drop it in the chat in this window?
No. Well, yes. Hang on.
Yeah,
I gotta go away, so to speak, so I can come back.
Because there is a private chat tab at the bottom of that. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Just
super secret private chat.
That's right. That's right. We do not want to share that with anyone because God forbid that someone would. That's right.
We'll get spam because none of us get spam.
On another note,
not at all.
I think I'm seeing some sports things hanging over your shoulder there, but I can't quite tell what they are. What do you got behind you in the background there?
Yes, so I'm happy to tell you about that. So that over my shoulder here, that right there is a pennant from 2011. That's when the Cardinals won the World Series last. They won it in 2011. And incidentally, that's a very special year because that's the year that our middle child, Lincoln, was born. And so he was born in a World Series year, 2011. I was born 1982. So that was a World Series year as well for the Cardinals. We have 11 world championships. I just want to put that out there. And here's something that you're also going to find interesting.
How many do the Yankees have?
They have a few, but I've got a great joke for you today. What is the difference between the Cubs and the Democrats? What's the difference between the Cubs and the Democrats? The Cubs have actually done something productive in the past decade. There you go.
Or you could also say the Cubs have had the lights on for 34 years.
You know what? That's even better. I think we could draw a lot of correlations, and I'm a lifelong Cardinals fan, and I hope my cousin Alyssa is listening, because she married into the Cubs' storied dynasty. And the reality is, I don't bear any ill will against the Cubs. I just want to see the Cardinals beat them. That's really all it comes down to. But the Cubs have done a variety of things significantly better than the Democratic Party. So I think there's a lot of jokes we could write about this entire scenario. But I digress. So you guys probably want to hear a little bit about Missouri politics right now, right? What the wind is blowing here, so to speak?
Yes, give it to us. Absolutely.
Okay, so in that website I put in the chat, you'll be able to see what's happening with St. Charles County. And so Senator soon to be Senator Eric Schmidt, he is going to carry St. Charles County by the boatloads. And so we have about 400,000 people who live in St. Charles County. He's going to carry that. He's going to carry the state handily. He may win. I don't want to necessarily jinx anything, but he may win by as much as 20 points. There's some projections have him beating Trudy Bush Valentine, who, by the way, pumped a lot of her own money into it. She, of course, is from the Bush family, not to be confused with the Bush family Matt was talking about earlier, but more about the Bush beer family.
Oh, SCH.
Yes, correct. And so here in the St. Louis area, the Bush family is they're still very much a big part of the community. And so she decided to run for this seat. And the DNC, mind you, did not put a lot of money into this race. So Trudy Bush Valentine actually had to do a late injection of cash on her own. Just in the month of October, she put in $3.3 million of her own cash. And I can tell you that we still believe Schmidt's going to win by between 17 and 20 points. So and really where we're getting that from. That's correct. That's correct. You definitely called it there. And where we're drawing that from is you look at the 2020 numbers for our statewide officials, Governor Parson, Secretary of State Ashcroft, which is the son of the former Attorney General John Ashcroft.
Old John.
Yes, absolutely. And so he did very well. Parson did very well. Obviously, in 2018. Senator Hawley did very well, and so we're talking about those double-digit gaps. And, obviously St. Louis and Kansas City have Democrat representation, but when you get outside those metros, the rest of the entire state, including St. Charles County, where I live, they are very, very much supportive of our Republican candidates. And thank God they are, because, if you want to be in an area that's not doing as well, just go right across the river and live in the state of Illinois. You're welcome to do that. You're welcome to deal with crumbling roads and, leaders like Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago, and leaders like Pritzker, and it's funny. You drive through. I drive through the Metro East from time to time for various reasons. And you see these yard signs and it says Pritzker sucks. And I keep going, man, where can I get a sign like that? That's my kind of sign right there. Can I get an autograph on that? Because, it always boils down to, if Democrat leadership was so wonderful, then how come it's their cities which are dealing with such high inflation rates, such high crime rates, such high homelessness rates? It's just, it boggles the mind, really,
So one of the things that Democrats have been pointing out recently is the increase in crime in a lot of Republican states, but failing to mention that most of that crime centers around Democrat-controlled areas of those states.
Correct. And I actually, I encountered a lady here recently. She, we were downtown waiting in a line together for an event. And "So where are you from?" And she said, "Oh, I'm from Austin." And I said, "Oh, a Texas girl." And she goes, "No, I'm from Austin." And I kind of had a head scratch moment where I thought, well, wait a minute.
That's very true.
Isn't Austin in Texas? But she did not want to identify as a Texan.
No.
No, and Texas doesn't claim Austin, so it's a fair
Well,
trade.
and I don't blame them at all.
Well, and it's similar to the sentiment that I have recently been made aware of that I wasn't aware of, that the American flag is now a Donald Trump flag and is not to be flown unless you support Donald Trump. And I was unaware of this.
Well,
hey,
I'm kind of unaware of that myself.
Let me step in for just a second. Right now,
Sure.
with about 85% of the vote in Florida, DeSantis is up 19 points.
There you go.
I mean,
There you
that's crazy.
But isn't Scott the better, more seasoned guy?
Chris? Is
Yeah.
that what-
Oh, yeah, Chris. What I meant. Sorry. Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
The former Republican turned Democrat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he was a governor himself. I mean, you would think that.
Well, I mean, that spread is massive. I think they were they were predicting DeSantis to win, but they had him at like 9 and 10 points, not 20.
Guys, I'm old enough to remember when Charlie Crist was a actually, I'm about to make a joke, but I decided I don't want to get sued for defamation. So carry on. You go on.
You know what he was doing there, guys? He was running through the field of possible comments, and the arm of maturity reached back and grabbed him
pulled him
by
back out.
by the collar,
Right.
and hauled him back into.
I don't know. Have you seen Matt's Twitter page?
Facebook. Well, the Twitter's a little bit. Facebook is something else. Travis, you'll love this. Next time you run again, I have a little thing I put every so often on my Facebook page that says, "Attention, opposition researchers, if you thought the future months to come." So say what now? This is November. I might put, "Attention, future opposition researchers, if you think December 2022 was some great stuff, wait till you go back and read the stuff I just did in October." I mean,
I love it.
Hey,
Well,
you mentioned John Ashcroft earlier. I got to spend some time with him actually over in France, and it was a lot of fun. But one of the things that he said that was just pretty funny. He said the best job he ever had was former Attorney General of the United States.
Excellent.
tell you what, he is a character.
He is.
Let me tell you all this if you don't mind. So we had my 3L year, we had a 2-week class that he taught, and I sat on the front row, and I had a car wreck a few months earlier, and I sat down next to a friend, and I was just making a joke. I said, "Man, I wish I'd brought my neck brace. My neck is hurting." Well, the general looked at me and he said, "Son, this is not torts class." And I says, no, Your Honor, no, Judge, General. I proceeded to go into this story about my wreck, and I was about to, and he interrupted me, and he went on to this long diatribe about how we need to eliminate speed limits, and the faster people go, safer people are, accidents are a lot less. And I says, "Well, General, no, what happened is my wife was driving, and a deer ran out in front of us, and she hit a tractor trailer hit us." And he looked me straight in the eye, and he says, "If your wife had been driving faster, that deer would have been in your rearview mirror."
I think they got a point there.
You can't pull something past John Ashcroft.
Not so much.
I love it. That's fantastic.
As of right now, Georgia's sitting 55% reporting. Brian Kemp is at 51.6%. Stacey Abrams 47.8%.
I'm surprised that one's that close on the governor's side.
Yeah.
Well, she's going to be in denial for another 4 more years, apparently.
That's right. She's good. Yeah, but it's not election denial if you're a Democrat.
Exactly. So, true or false? If Stacey Abrams loses this evening, she's done in American politics.
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
I'd say false. I think she's.
No, she'll be head of the DCCC.
Is she just getting started?
I don't know.
Is she just getting started on this? On what do you?
Oh, no, like if this doesn't work, then rather than her be done, is this like the launch? Like this is the bottom of the hill. There's still more hill to go.
I would say no, because once you lose at that level twice, you know, you're the saying really is true. You're only as good to your party as your most recent election.
Well, didn't Abraham Lincoln kind of get beat for a long time at all the races he tried?
He did, but he did win some of them along the way. That's
he was a member of Congress for one term.
Yes, he was. And also, I think he knew the right time to reinvent himself, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And when you look at that election from 1860, it's a four-way race for president, which by modern standards would be laughable, that you would have more than two candidates that were taken seriously. But they were. And also remember, gentlemen, that he did not appear on the ballot in any of the southern states. So with only half of the electoral votes available for his taking, in a four-way race for president, he still won enough to assume the office. That's just incredible in and of itself. So, you know, and what he accomplished in office, you know, it's nuts. And somebody told me today, they said,
he accomplished the war of northern aggression. I mean,
well, right, but you know, you could make the case that it's significantly harder to keep a country than to create a country, which is why I think that Abraham Lincoln is supremely the best president, better than Washington. Washington and his crew, they did a good job. They created a country. And when you look at his cabinet, you know, by comparison, anybody else looks like a pickup team, you know. I mean, you've got Thomas Jefferson on your staff, Alexander Hamilton. You've got so many guys. And anyway,
but I mean, there was quite a bit of division there at that point too. I mean, significant division with Jefferson, and Hamilton, and in particular those two. But Jefferson and Adams, Washington and Jefferson. I mean, there was quite a bit of. But am I the only one who doesn't see Lincoln as really all as great as history portrays him to be? I mean, he suspended the writ of habeas corpus, for crying out loud.
Wasn't it an emergency and necessary?
I think we've been through that just recently, haven't we?
Well,
Did we learn a lesson?
The difference, of course, there was a bona fide, you know, insurrection. I mean, and we use the word insurrection so loosely when you're talking about the protest at the Capitol. But I mean, you know, you've got literal blood. I mean, gracious, I live in Tupelo, Mississippi, and you know, there was a Civil War skirmish in Tupelo, not a big one, but right across from my law office is the monument. I mean, you know, so you have this war that goes all over the country, and you know, you have Atlanta being burned, and you have all the bloodshed and all of that. But I don't know. I mean, looking back,
Sherman. So I mean, I think by today's standards, Sherman would have been a war criminal.
Yeah,
for sure.
I can see that. You know, I was sitting in my high school British literature class. We were going around the table, and we were just talking about different aspects of our family. And one person said, "Oh yeah, my grandfather, you know, he came here from New York and he was an architect." And one person said, "You know, yeah, my grandfather, you know, he you know, was the head of a, you know, manufacturing plant in Kansas City." We get to this one girl and she goes, "Well, my great grandfather burned down Atlanta." And we said, "Excuse me?" She said, "Yeah, my great grandfather, he was a general in the Union Army, and he burned Atlanta." And I stopped her and I said, "Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are you supposing us to believe that your great great grandfather was General Sherman. She goes, yeah. Would you like me to bring in my family records?
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, I think you take the cake. There's no need to talk about anybody else's family members. You've won. We're not worthy.
They just called Texas Abbott for governor.
Good.
Which
Good.
Which is good.
So this worked? Is that what you're saying?
It did. I really wanted in my neighborhood. There were probably 2 Beto signs in the neighborhood, and I really wanted to just add a little bit to them, a little flavor, and just put Californians 4 over the top of it.
Yeah,
and that would have just fit perfect. So, but yeah, so happy to have my Abbott sign out front. So.
Well, very good. Well, gentlemen, it's been my pleasure to join you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
I hope to do it again with you sometime soon. But I've got some people upstairs that would like to say hello and wish me well on this election night. So I've got to get up to them. Gentlemen, take care and
join us, man.
Yeah,
it was
thank
my
you.
pleasure. And go Red Wave.
Hey, Wilson for STC.com is your website.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And people are welcome to still go on and support the campaign financially because we ran a great campaign. We actually incurred a little bit of debt that we need to respond to. So please, by all means.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Travis. I really appreciate you
guys.
coming in. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. Awesome. I did want to take this opportunity since we have a brief moment here.
Oh, wait a minute. You're going to tell me about my undies now.
I am actually. I actually found the best. No, we are a non-ad supported podcast. The interview podcast operates on the value for value model, which actually says we put the show out for you. We put the content out for you. If you get any value out of it, you get to decide what that is. And if that value is you just tell more people about it, maybe the value is you turn it off and don't listen again. That's value, negative value. Or if you think is worth some money, you can send that back to us so we can continue these conversations and chats around the world with people doing things that are fascinating. Theinterviewpodcast.org is where you go. There's a donate button on there. Also, we have recently updated our feed so we can accept Satoshis, which is funny. It's fractions of a Bitcoin. If you listen to the podcast on a new podcast app
recently.
Some of that, what? No, that was Doge. That's different. But if you listen on like the Fountain app, Fountain is a good podcast player. You have the opportunity, and through the Cash app as well, you can actually send Satoshis and Bitcoin to people. So if you get value out of this show, anything is very helpful and appreciated. Theinterviewpodcast.org is where you go to do that. Click on the donate today button. Also, just tell more people about it. That really is a great way to help support the show. So, all right, where are we at? So I was looking at.
I'm in Texas.
We are absolutely. Yes.
Matt, are you in Mississippi or are you in Tennessee?
I am in Mississippi.
Also, I'm in the northeast of South Dakota. If you look at a map, if you're looking at the map today, Minnesota tries to jut its way into South Dakota up at the top. We're right at the bottom of what they call the Minnesota bump. So that's where I'm located.
Fabulous.
I am in the I'm in the town where Elvis Presley was born.
Well, that's fascinating.
On another note, speaking of Democrat-run cities, I've spent quite a bit of time in Memphis over the last 2 years. That place is a dump, and it gets worse every time I go back there. It's horrible.
And of course, what happened to that poor woman who was jogging at University of Memphis. I'm old enough, I still call it Memphis State. And that was that just. And then you had the guy who barely a week later was terrorizing the town. Now I'll give the police credit. I'll give the folks who were trying to enforce the laws credit. They were doing what they needed to do in pursuing that fella. But I think we've just gotten into this mindset where, a lot of people were saying, gosh, that woman shouldn't have been jogging at 4:30 in the morning. Okay. But then you start to think, why in the hell must you govern when and where you jog based upon, I mean, is this a timeshare or something? Criminals? Okay, we'll let you have.
Right. Yeah.
We'll
This
let
is your
you come
window.
out and,
Right.
and
one of the
perpetrate harm
Mhm.
on people at this particular hour of the night or the day, but after that, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. Well, one of the things that the Democrat-run city there, they won't allow people who live, Memphis sits right there, right in the corner, right next to Arkansas and right next to Mississippi. And if you live in Mississippi, you cannot be on the Memphis police force. If you live in Arkansas, you can't be on the Memphis police force. And so they don't have enough qualified people on that police force, but they deliberately screen out people who are willing to serve in that capacity. It's just ridiculous.
It's, there is a Interstate 40 runs from Little Rock all the way through Memphis through Nashville.
Yep.
And there is a road which runs parallel to the interstate called the Sam Cooper Parkway. And that goes right into downtown. And I have heard stories of folks used to, when they would drive down that, it's like, be careful, you don't want to get shot at while you're driving.
Wow.
I mean, now that may be some exaggeration.
So is that the bridge that's just north of 40 crossing the Mississippi?
No. I'm talking about an actual road that if you're coming from downtown Memphis and you're going in the direction of Nashville, it's a city street, but it's an expressway.
It's not Nashville, not Arkansas. Okay.
But that expressway is due south of Interstate 40, and then it intersects with one of the other interstates, and you get back onto 40. So, but yeah, now my wife, her family, well, I say her family is from there. They live there. They live in an adjacent county in Fayette County, which is due east of Memphis. But my wife grew up in a suburb of Memphis, and it's just, at one time Memphis was just a glorious place. I mean, think about it. If you were to go down to where Graceland is, 50 years ago when Elvis bought Graceland, it was the nicest part of town. It was, my heavens, he bought a mansion there, or at least what was thought of as a mansion back then, and had a whole bunch of land with it. And now that whole area there has become dilapidated.
It's really rough. I actually spent a good bit of time there. Some of the jobs that I do are right there in that area. So I've stayed at the Holiday Inn just about half a mile up the street there. And it is an absolute ghetto there. I mean, that's the only bright spot in that whole area. And that's because it's walled off and protected. Right. So the rest of it is just, the restaurants are filthy. The cars are on jacks. So the cars that are running are multi-tone colors and usually the fenders are falling off. It's just, literally, I was eating at a barbecue place there, and the cops came in while I was having dinner there. Someone was out in the parking lot stealing catalytic converters while people were eating dinner. That was almost right across the street from Graceland. And every time I go there, it just gets a little worse. So,
I was actually
imagine what Chicago's like.
I was actually warned by a client of mine back before I went to the Chiefs game in Kansas City that the last time they were there, I think they got their catalytic converter removed in the parking lot as they were in the game.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So I'm just scrolling the Instagrams to see what the political parties have to say so far. I also thought it was fascinating that Governor Tim Walz in Minnesota skipped out on the Minnesota Public Radio gubernatorial debate that they have. I think they said it's the Friday before every election. I think he's the first one to not do that.
That seems to be the MO for Democrats right now, that we'll just skip the debates. We won't put ourselves out there, and we'll just let the media carry our water.
Yeah. Hey, we have live from, I was going to say the Far East, the West, Alaska. Jeremy Bynum has jumped back in. You're muted, it looks like. But
yeah, I'm on.
There you go. Excellent. How it's dark now. Last time we saw you, it was still light out.
Oh yeah. The sun has set and the chill has come on a little bit stronger than it has been. So
you've been waving signs all day, right?
All day long. We got out here at 7:45 this morning, and been out here waving signs all day. Groups of people coming in, helping out. Have my campaign running. Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's campaign folks are over here waving signs next to us. So it's been a fun event all day long. Even my competitor across the street, we've been getting along really well.
Tossing some barbs every now and then.
So
what?
Hey,
go ahead. No, what's your website?
My website?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's votebynum.com. VoteBynum.com.
That's the one. All right.
Hey, you got any predictions for us on the races up the ticket from you there in Alaska?
Yeah, absolutely. Top of our tickets, our governor's race. Mike Dunleavy is our current governor, and I suspect that based on some of the polling I've seen throughout the campaign, that Dunleavy will be reelected. We have ranked choice voting here in Alaska now. And so obviously, if you don't get the 50% plus one on the first round, then it goes to second round, third round. Yeah, but I suspect that Governor Dunleavy will likely win in the first round with more than 50% of the vote, if not with the second round for sure.
So can you, in an elevator length of time, tell me how, break down the ranked choice voting system?
Yeah, absolutely.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, I guess the best way I can describe it is that when you get your ballot, well, first of all, you got to go to the primary. So we used to have closed primaries where you'd select your Republican candidate. Your Republican candidates would compete against each other, and you'd have your top Republican candidate. They would go into the general election. Same thing with any Democrats or other parties. Now that's all gone with ranked choice voting. Now it's basically anyone can jump in on a primary. As an example, in our congressional seat here, we had 57 or so candidates. Top 4 advanced to the general election. So you just pick your one choice. Top 4 vote getters goes to the general election. And then in the general election, what happens is that you'll get your ballot and you rank the top 4. So you'll rank your best, whoever you want to win, you rank them 1, and then you rank who you think would be the second best, and so on and so forth. That's the functioning of how it goes. But if you don't, when the voting actually begins and then they go to count the tallies, if you don't get 50% plus 1, then what they'll do is they throw out the bottom vote getter, and that bottom vote getter's second place votes will be redistributed. And then they look and see if somebody's gotten that 50 plus 1. And if not, you throw out third place and do the same thing.
So you vote for, you rank whoever's on the ballot.
Right. Okay. So for example, in our governor's race, it would be Dunleavy. We have a gentleman by the name of Walker. And then Chesborough is the Democrat that's running. And then we also have Charlie Pierce. I'm sorry, Gira. No, in the I'm talking about the governor's race. Gira. Okay. Who did I say? Oh, that's the Senate race. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's been a long day. So Gira is the governor, Democrat, running in the governor's race. And
so, Jeremy, you guys had some problems with that earlier in one of your primaries, right? Where a lot of voters didn't choose a second or third choice, right?
Correct. In the special election, when our longtime Congressman Don Young passed away unexpectedly, his seat went up for special election. And in that special election, there were 4 people selected to go forward, but then somebody withdrew. So there were basically 3 choices. And what ended up happening is the 2 Republicans running, Sarah Palin and Nick Bagage, they both received just about 30% of the vote. Mary Patola received about 40%. And then when it came to the second round, Nick Bagage just got slightly fewer votes than Sarah Palin, and he was tossed out. But what ended up happening is most of the, about half of the voters that voted for Nick bullet voted. So they didn't vote for a second place. The other quarter of his voters refused to vote for Sarah Palin, and they voted for Mary Patola, the Democrat, and the other quarter did vote for Sarah Palin. So what ended up happening is Mary Patola actually won the race by a few percentage points because of that. So that's kind of what happened. There's a lot of people that just didn't rank. Half of the people that voted for Nick did not rank in that race. So
has the Republican Party in that area, have they kind of tried to get the word out to pick that second choice?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a big hard push right now to say rank the red if you're a Republican. If you're not a Republican, then they're saying rank your best choices, right? So there's been a hard push on that. In all of the races that we have, there's really only one race, in my opinion, that the ranking is actually going to play a role, and that is in that congressional race. I think for Republicans anyway, in the governor's race, most Republicans are likely going to vote for Dunleavy, and it's going to be between Dunleavy and Walker, who's I guess he's partnered up with the Democrats right now in that race, but not 100% sure how that's going to pan out. But I think that it's going to be you to pick one. It's not going to matter who your second choice is if you voted for Mike Dunleavy in that race. And I think in our Senate race is going to come down between our sitting senator Lisa Murkowski and Kelly Tshibaka. I suspect that I would predict in that race that Senator Murkowski will probably be reelected.
Is that just name recognition?
No, I think she has broad-based support in the state.
Yeah.
I think that she'll have, it'll probably go to a second round. I don't think there'll be a 50+1 in the first round, but she has a probably more broad support overall. But,
so practically, how does that work? So if no one gets 50%, what's the logistics of how that goes down?
Nobody gets 50%. The 4th place finisher gets knocked out, and their second place votes get redistributed, and then you redo the calculation to see if somebody of the remaining votes has received 50%+1. If not, then the 3rd place gets knocked out, their votes get redistributed, and then the top 2 are picked, and of course somebody then has to have 50%.
Right.
So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this just a way to keep popular candidates from getting elected?
Yeah, I couldn't begin to speculate why thought to be a good idea. I think that I always kind of described it this way. From an engineering perspective, it's a perfect solution, but not everybody's an engineer. So it's quite complicated for I think the average voter to really understand what the consequences of it is, and the ability for them to effectively make it work. So I think that most voters I've talked to aren't really happy with ranked choice voting. So.
You say most of them are or aren't?
Are not. They would like to see it repealed.
Gotcha. So you guys actually voted on that as the state. So you guys actually made that choice, correct?
Correct, we did. But what happened is when that was put together, that initiative was put together, it was combined with with what was considered a transparent elections, right? And so what ended up happening is you had these two items that were merged together: ranked choice voting and transparent elections for campaign funding. So what ended up happening is it passed by about 1%, 50. It might have been it won by 1% over the no vote. So it's like 51% to 49.
So you think you'll see that on your ballot again?
What I'd like to see is that we won't see it on the ballot again. The legislature will bring it up. After 2 years, the legislature can't repeal it. So I suspect that the legislature will repeal it, only because trying to bring it back as a ballot initiative will take additional time. It'll take a lot of money to try to get it through, and then you got basically a 2-year hold period. So it likely wouldn't be repealed for the 24 election, which is going to be a presidential year for us. So I think we would see. I think we see the legislature in the next legislature try to remove it.
So does that ranked choice voting, does that apply for your presidential votes as well at this point?
Yeah, it would be across the board. One standby. Thank you very much.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, across the board, we would apply it to all of our races that are not local races. So yeah, our presidential race would apply.
Wow.
Well, how long before your polls close there in Alaska?
Well, it's about 5:40, so we got it until 8 o'clock. So we got about another 2 hours and 20 minutes, 21 minutes.
So then, according to the leftists, you should know about your elections by maybe June of
Friday. Right.
Well, actually, for us, it's going to be really interesting. In our race, there's only one opponent. I only have one opponent in my race, so it's not really going to be a ranked choice issue. It's you're going to pick me or you're going to pick my opponent, Dan Ortez. And what's going to happen is we're going to likely have a really good indication by tomorrow of who's going to win this race. We've been following absentee, and we've also been following early voting pretty closely. And based on the numbers we're seeing pretty high numbers of the share of absentee ballots are actually Republican ballots, and that would favor us in this race. So 40% actually. We saw almost a 40% reduction in the request for absentee ballots this year. In our district, we only had 1,067 absentees. We usually see between 1,500 and 2,000.
Wow, so that's a little different than than what we're seeing nationally.
Yeah, it's I think this election, it's pushing against the norm. So you typically see that you'll get a higher turnout for Democrats or Democrat-leaning votes in an absentee scenario. But for some reason, the Democratic Party here in Alaska didn't seem to push the absentee ballots that hard. But we had a strategy to really deal with that in our race. We did a chase on all the absentee ballots. We sent letters and postcards to every likely Republican or leaning Republican voter in our race in both the primary and the general election. So we sent out just over 900 letters to the absentee voters, and we got, of all of them that were outstanding, we only, as of Friday, there was only 87 outstanding ballots. So we're going to see a really good return on absentees for us, I believe.
Very nice.
That's cool.
Hey guys, just to let y'all know, Walker is leading Warnock in Georgia by 0.1% right now.
Just saw that.
Wow.
So that'll be interesting to see how those numbers shake out. I know they were heavily in favor of Warnock early, so that will be interesting. And I think they've already called that for the governor, correct?
They have. Well, Fox News hasn't, but I don't think, but others have.
Yeah, so it is interesting.
Not officially.
It is interesting to me, just from a philosophical point. How does one vote for Kemp and then vote for Warnock? How does that even happen?
Well, I think a lot of it sometimes is a function of state government versus federal government. I'll give you a perfect example. When I lived or rather 3 years ago, when we had our governor's race here.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm going to step off for just a second. I'm going to mute the mic. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Jeremy.
When we had our governor's race here in Mississippi 3 years ago, the guy running for governor on the Democrat side was a fellow named Jim Hood, who I used to work for. And he was a very popular attorney general. But he lost to the Republican, and it certainly helped that President Trump came to campaign for the lieutenant governor, now the governor, Tate Reeves. But in that dichotomy, there were a lot of folks who might have voted a Republican, voted for Trump, but because all politics is local and we're dealing with a local race, which essentially the governor's race is, they might have voted for Jim over Tate because they just like Jim better. Okay. So I think.
Yeah, but who could actually like Warnock? I mean.
Well, no, you're flipping it around. What I'm saying is that.
His wife.
I don't think she even likes him.
when you're dealing with a nationalized race like a Senate race or a House race or obviously a presidential race, then you're going to have a lot more likelihood that the guy who's, say if Trump were on the ballot or a Republican were on the ballot right now for president, you're going to see a strong correlation between the votes for president and the votes for Congress and the votes for Senate, just because, we vote as a party when it comes to national issues. But when you're dealing with state issues, you may look more closely at the particular person you're voting for, and the fact that he was your Secretary of State before, he was your state representative at some point before. So I don't think you can always nationalize a governor's race, is what I'm saying. And that may be why there's a difference between the two. So you could have had, in this case, some Democrats who decided to go ahead and vote for Kemp because they didn't want to, they actually liked him better and thought he was doing a good job with how they were, the situation in there, but still want to have liberal national policies that support President Biden. So
that's an interesting thought because, I've had talks with local politicians in South Dakota and, some across all parties, because I want to hear all of their voices. And, I hear a lot from the Democrats that, we're a South Dakota Democrat. And what they mean by that is we're basically Republican, but we don't want to be Republican, so we're Democrat. The challenge in that, though, is the National Democrat Party, and I think the Republicans are the same way, the GOP, when they see a local race flip specifically, like if it goes from red to blue or blue to red, they take that as confirmation that our national platform is good. And that was one of the questions I had with one of the local South Dakota Democrats was, because she didn't like half of the national policies that the Democrat Party nationally holds. And I asked her, I said, how do you separate yourself then? Because all they see, they don't care about you. All they see is another blue check that we can put and add to our base of support. Like, we're doing the right thing. So, it may not be elected locally, but the national parties certainly look at it nationally, don't they?
Well, they do, but I'll give you another thing. In Mississippi, let's go back 25 years ago. Okay, that was still a time in Mississippi where if you wanted to elect your local sheriff, or you wanted to, really determine who's going to be your chancery clerk or your circuit clerk at the county level, you had to vote in the Democratic primary because all the candidates were running locally in the Democratic primary because they had that, you had the name recognition and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So we, at a national level, our Democratic leaders in Mississippi have always been fairly conservative. John Stennis, he was senator from, I want to say 1947 to 1989. Trent Lott replaced him when he retired, but Senator Stennis, I mean, he was the one, even though he was a Democrat, he was the chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he was the chair of the Appropriations Committee. He was the single most powerful senator in Washington, and he gave Ronald Reagan his 600-ship Navy, okay, because we were very conservative. And so I say that to say that there, you know, it wasn't only until about 20, 25 years ago in Mississippi that, you know, you started to see Republicans having you know, gains in local and statewide races. In fact, this is the first time, I think, ever that we have had no Democrats in statewide elected office in Mississippi.
Wow.
I mean, I think the closest thing that we have to a statewide elected official, and he's only covering one or two districts. I mean, one district would be like a transportation commission or a public service commission or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Democratic Party in Mississippi has lost its organization. It does not have what it used to have. So that validates what you're saying. It's you know, eventually the local stuff over many years will start to trend along what the national stuff is doing.
Right.
Okay. But there's still some lag time. And so, you know, you're going to see people who might be straight line, party line Republicans who are going to vote for Trump and vote for everybody who is on the ballot of the, you know, for Senate and for House of Representatives because they want the president's agenda done. But at the same time, you know, they may vote for Democrats and everything else just because that's what they've always done. So,
hey, let me, Jen Psaki is on the, talking about the president running.
Announcement by Donald Trump forced the president's hand. Make the call sooner rather than later.
You know, Lester, I think it will definitely be a factor because Donald Trump getting in the race will mean that the president will feel like he's the only one who's beaten him before, which is true. And he's probably going to want to take him on
Why
again.
did she have to say which is true?
He's clear that he wants to run again. He's got to make that decision with his family. And I expect him
she'll probably circle back.
she looks different when she's made up for TV.
the essence, and if he doesn't, other Democrats
I mean,
are
really.
going to get in the race.
I was going to ask you that, Jen, what the timeline is. I mean, obviously, it's a personal decision, a weighty decision. The president is looking at it, but he also, if he is not going to run, wants to leave a lot of running room for other Democratic candidates who might want to get in. What's the general timeline?
You know, I think, Savannah, he knows that the stakes are very high, especially if former President Trump gets in the race. And I think
so. What they are talking about, just before I jumped in here, they had a poll showing 64% of people polled, whoever they were, said they did not want Biden to run again.
Obama's record.
That's probably in
running
the
on his record in many cases.
Speaking of that, though, I did see a poll on today. Michael Malice actually posted it. If given the choice between DeSantis and Trump, it was about 60-30 in favor of DeSantis.
Oh, really? Well, I looked at Drudge this afternoon.
We got to talk about that, but go ahead.
And it is Trump threatens DeSantis, saying he has dirt on him.
Well, I have to ask the question. I'm not sure what happened to the Drudge Report. I know there was some rumors that maybe it had gotten sold, but it definitely went left after Trump. So I don't know if Drudge was one of those that suffered from the
Drudge despises Trump.
Oh yes, very much so. But didn't he kind of relinquish control at some level?
I don't know. I haven't followed the Drudge Report in years.
So, I mean, what is it with these guys? Like, who's the guy that does? Is it not Town Hall? I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Federalist.
I don't think.
Are you thinking about Dominique or whatever his name is?
No. One of the guys that was a pretty staunch Republican, and just after Trump just kind of made a left turn.
Bill Kristol.
Yes, Bill Kristol.
Yes.
What the heck happened? Like, okay, look, I can get that people are like, I don't like Trump. I don't like the way he handles himself. I don't, he has no self-control, whatever. But how do you turn left because of that? That doesn't make sense.
I think he might have been a neocon to begin with.
Oh, very much so. Yeah. And they're all pro-war. And so if you do anything anti-war, that's not okay, no matter the party. David McKenzie on Facebook said voter turnout was heavy in rural Tennessee. So,
now,
okay, is that a new thing that we would have, like big turnout, heavy turnout in a midterm like this?
I think there's two factors there. I think Republicans are motivated to go out and vote right now, which increases that number. But I mean, Democrats are.
But Democrats are too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're really pushing those mail-in ballots, the early voting, the no information voter, not low information, no information voters that they're basically, marking the ballots for and bringing them in. That's problematic.
Did you say problematic?
I mean, look at what I did.
Oh.
Is that a bad word?
It's a problematic word. It's a buzzword. Hold on a second. Let's jump back into NBC News here real quick.
So all across the country, this is the question. Who do you trust more to handle inflation? 52% said the Republican Party, 44% said the Democratic Party. On the issue of crime, this was the other big one for Republicans. Not a surprise here. 51% of voters said they trust the Republican Party to handle the issue of crime versus 44% for the Democrats. Let's talk about now the issues that the Democrats wanted to run on. The question was the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. This is so important, guys. Right now, if you add up dissatisfied and angry, you get about 60% of voters here. So clearly, this was on the minds of voters, and
but not near to the extent they thought it was.
The other question: democracy in the U.S. today. This one was fascinating, guys. Remember, Democrats ran on this.
They want to talk about everything except for what's actually happening right now.
68% of Republicans, it affected voters in both parties. I mentioned abortion. I want to go to Texas. Look how interesting this is. And again, it's still early in the night. We always want to kind of preface that. But the two top issues in Texas, 28% inflation, 27% in abortion.
All right, Andrew, you're on boots on the ground in Texas. Is that right?
Actually becoming purple at some point.
It's interesting because where I'm at, the way my district is drawn here is very interesting. I'm actually in a conservative portion of it, but border on a very liberal portion of it. So we have two very big colleges right here, Texas Women's College and North Texas
University, Texas Women's U. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I was just there. All right. I saw the branding.
and North Texas is the other one. So they tend to lean pretty hard left. So the surrounding area is pretty left. But I would say just in general, most of the population here is pretty conservative. And I think from at least from my perspective, a lot of the people that have moved in here over the last few years are pretty conservative as well.
Yeah.
And I think what those polls fail to pick up on is abortion is also a two-edged sword in the sense that there are a lot of conservatives who are motivated, empowered by the fact that Roe versus Wade is gone, and they feel like they've, everything they've prayed for the last 50 years, everything they've campaigned for. I mean, let's face it. How many times do you remember growing up getting fundraising letters from Republicans promising that we need to do this, we need to do that? So you give them a little bit of money and then they don't do a blasted thing. And it just repeats the cycle. Then you get somebody like Donald Trump, who's elected president, actually, appoints 3 Supreme Court justices that fixes the thing that you've been actively campaigning for the last several years. And now you realize, hey, we actually have more control than we think we do.
But didn't that throw a wrench in the plan? Because I mean, the left they have had opportunity to codify Roe multiple times, and they've never done it because it's a great campaign issue. Well, now it's no longer that. And they thought, and see, I think this was their failure in planning, is they jumped the gun in pushing this out as a voter election issue. Because you do it in the summer, sorry, people are going to forget. And then when your gas prices go through the roof and the cost of milk goes up like nuts, we're going to forget about that. So they dropped the ball. And the Republicans, though, have done the same thing. Like, that was such an issue. We need to, overturn Roe. That's what we're going to do. And so for decades, they've campaigned on that. Well, now both parties lost that as a campaign issue.
Yeah. And here's another thing, and this kind of segues into what the MSNBC people were talking with Jen Psaki just a minute ago. They were talking about whether President Biden is going to run for re-election. Okay. Now, I want you to imagine a scenario. Imagine a scenario where the Democrats get a clear majority in the Senate. Okay. And therefore, Kamala Harris's vote as vice president is no longer important. Okay. Well, after January 20th, if President Biden decides to resign, you know what? I don't feel like I'm able to do this. Or if he says, my neurological issues dating back to my brain surgeries and the brain cancer has come back, I don't, or whatever. I don't.
Wait, he said they took the top of his skull off twice. So.
Well, they did.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not fibbing about that. He had a major cerebral. I mean, he had a brain aneurysm in 1987 or 88 that almost killed him.
And that's no joke.
So what I'm getting at is Biden would have the perfect excuse to go 25th Amendment unilaterally or just flat out resign, giving Kamala the reins of power. Now, if he did that after January 20th, and, that number one would empower her as an incumbent to seek re-election in her own right. But number two, because she would be finishing the last 2 years of Biden's presidency, okay, she would not be penalized under the 22nd Amendment, I believe.
I have to wonder, though, I mean, do the Democrats really want her to be in the driver's seat for re-election in 2020?
Well, not necessarily, but at the end of the day, this
pretty
would be
unpopular candidate.
True. But at the end of the day, it would be, Biden's decision unilaterally because it would be determined whether he resigns or not. Now, imagine, however, though, that it still remains a 50-50 tie. Then what would happen then if the president did resign or he went all 25th Amendment on something? Well, guess what? You wouldn't have a vice president anymore. And if you don't have a vice president, then you don't have a tiebreaker. And there is precedence in history where we've gone without having a vice president.
So are you thinking that because the Senate's so close, he can't resign?
That's right.
Because then they lose all power in the Senate.
Wouldn't she be able to just appoint a VP?
Well, yeah, but the problem is you've got to have a majority of both the House and the Senate to back the person. And if you have a 50-50 tie in the Senate and you don't have a vice president to vote for the replacement, you're not going to have a vice president. And then under the Presidential Succession Act, who's going to be in control?
Romney would be happy to vote with the Democrats on that, though.
But bear with me. But imagine, though, if let's say you did have that, but you had, the Senate, let's say Herschel Walker wins, and you have, the guy in Nevada wins, or you actually have a red wave in the Senate that gives about a 1 or 2 vote spread. I mean, with the moderate liberals in the party, you might still need to have a VP there for policy purposes in the event that you have a tie, but you're not going to have enough of a base in the Senate to confirm a vice president who is going to be as leftist as you are, as Kamala would be in that circumstance. And so if you, because think about it, in 1964 we didn't even have a vice president after Kennedy was shot. Johnson, there was no 25th Amendment. So there was no vice president. So the Speaker of the House would have been, the guy to take over if anything happened to him. So in this particular circumstance, if you had a situation where Biden, God forbid, died, or if he resigned because he wanted to give Kamala a head start, unless the Democrats had a solid footing in the Senate, that would jeopardize his ability to, that would put Kamala in a position where if anything happened to her, or if she got impeached or removed, then you would have Kevin McCarthy, because the Republicans are going to win the House tonight. You see what I'm saying?
Well, and it looks so. Just looking at some of these other elections that are the numbers coming in with 61% reporting, JD Vance has a pretty substantial lead on Tim Ryan in Ohio, about 6-7 points. North Carolina, Bud is up 3 points, and Georgia is running a close one here with Herschel Walker up by about a point. So I mean, those are all really now. The one that's not looking as good as the Pennsylvania race, but only 37% reporting, with Oz down about 5 points in that one currently. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania for a second. What, I mean, is it just power that would cause the Democrats to continue to keep Fetterman out there? Because, I mean, it was embarrassing to watch.
He stands on fracking, okay?
Right. But I mean, just from the humanity level, that was embarrassing.
It was, and it continues to be.
Well, right now, let me see what they're showing. There's about, Fetterman's leading. He's 50.9 to 46.7, but there's only a third of the ballots in.
Yep.
And I'm sure most of them are probably coming in from Philadelphia or Pittsburgh anyway. But point being, I think it's the old saying: the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Okay. Fetterman, let's say he does get elected, and then let's say he can't handle the job because of bad health. Okay. He resigns. Well, what's going to happen? The Democratic governor is going to appoint a Democratic replacement.
Yeah.
Okay. So from the standpoint of the National Democratic Party, he was a viable candidate because he had been elected to statewide office, and he had the system, he had the networks, he had the connections in place, and all we have to do, if President Biden can run a campaign from his basement, Fetterman could have as well. Nobody know anything about his stroke.
Yeah.
I mean, the media was giving him a pass up there until the national boys came in and started pressing stuff.
Right.
So I think they're playing. This was the classic political equivalent of a prevent defense. Okay. So it's like, all right, we've got a huge lead with this fella. Let's run him. And then he gets sworn in, and, maybe a day or two later he resigns, or and then the governor appoints his wife or somebody to take his place. So, I mean, I think that was their mentality on that. And they fell for the trap of needing to do a debate, and then the interviews, and then more importantly, the overreaction by his wife and others to how he was treated during the interviews, I think, is just as appalling.
Yeah.
I mean, let's flip it around just for a second. You were asking earlier about Sarah. She, about a month or two ago, discovered that she had thyroid cancer.
Oh, geez.
And she went, and really without, telling anybody, went and got her thyroid removed. But then the next week, she was disclosed that to everybody and said, hey, listen, my thyroid's gone. I'm having a little bit of treatments just to make sure that, there's no spreading or anything like that, but I have a strong prognosis, and she's not really hiding anything. Okay. And that's not something that's going to impact her ability to be governor. But when you've had a massive stroke that impedes your ability to speak,
yeah,
and your ability to say things, look, I have compassion for anybody who's had a stroke. My mother had a stroke on New Year's Eve, and then she passed away in April as a result of that. But after she suffered her stroke, there would be times that I would, she would want to have like a Coke or something to drink, but because, she had had a stroke, we were concerned about swallowing. The nurses wouldn't let her have it. And I would have to explain that to her. And then my mother would say, okay, Matt, that's fine. And then 3 minutes later said, I'll pay you $20 for a Coca-Cola.
Right.
And it's like, and so a stroke patient, a stroke victim, it impacts them, and they are a lot more susceptible to being manipulated. Think about President Wilson. Okay. I mean,
are we sure we don't have the same thing right now?
Well, I mean, we might have something like that. I mean, no disrespect for Mr. Biden, but I mean, nobody saw President Wilson pretty much after he had a stroke. And, people would come see Miss Edith Wilson, sit down with her. Of course, back in those days, you could get an appointment with the president himself, so you'd go have a meeting with the first lady. You've seen the movie, The Birdman of Alcatraz. Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
Are you not familiar with that one, Andrew?
I've seen it, but it's been forever ago.
Basically, the story goes, it's a true story about a guy who was in a federal prison. He got into a fight with a guard, killed the guard. He was sentenced to death. And his mother went to see Edith Wilson, and she convinced the president to commute his sentence to life in prison. So he was given a life sentence in solitary confinement. And the whole story goes is while he was in solitary confinement, he started to observe birds. And from his observations, he figured out some things that essentially saved the entire chicken crop one year of the entire United States. Hence the reason he's called the Birdman of Alcatraz. But that was because Edith Wilson pretty much pardoned him. Okay. And I think the powers that be think, okay, a person who can be manipulated due to bad health or something like that, is no harm. He just has to go and vote the way we tell him to vote. And if he doesn't do that, then he can resign and we can put somebody else in there. Okay. So I think that's their mentality. And, Dr. Oz called their bluff. Now he's still behind, but
right. So then it does fall back to just a need for power.
Yeah, it is a simple reduction.
And so is it just so? Unfortunately, Fetterman's a puppet. He's just he's a tool, a necessary tool.
He is a puppet, but he's certainly a puppet that you don't want to sit on your lap.
So he's no dummy.
The neck, just turning the neck, would be an issue. I mean, goodness gracious sakes alive.
Oh man. South Dakota, apparently a friend of mine watching said CNN has called South Dakota for Kristi Noem.
I saw that.
But reporting is still 16% reporting.
Yeah,
so not much.
16%, but
61.5% for her. Yeah. Now here's the feel from the state. No chance she loses. Really, should be close was kind of the theory, because she has appeared, and the left has done an okay job of, the Democrats have done an okay job of painting her as a wannabe national candidate. And so they've, she's been traveling. She does all these out of state events, and I'm Jamie Smith, and I'm the guy that's in the state, and I'm going to put South Dakota first. They all say whatever they need to say. I get that.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of sentiment against her because of that, because she worked so closely with Trump to get fireworks at Rushmore. Like, that was a big deal. And this year, well, both years so far with Biden, the Biden administration has blocked their fireworks at Rushmore. And how dare they do that to us? Because we want fireworks at Rushmore. It's what the Nome camp has put out there. I anticipate that to be a pretty tight race in the end. I really don't see how she loses though, unless she just totally screwed up. I had her on the interview back in June, I think. And she campaign mode. That's what she was doing, and I think she's become a politician, just like they all do.
Mm-hmm. One thought does stand out when you think of Nome and you think of Trump, and we all know I would probably, give minus 130 on the money line that Trump is going to run for president. Okay. I think it's a given. Trump, as a practical matter, cannot pick DeSantis to be his running mate. And that has to do with some nuances and some complications related to the 12th Amendment, since they're both from Florida. Now, Trump could obviously, pick a domicile somewhere else and fix that problem, but no presidential candidate is going to do that for a running mate, because it shows that the running mate's more important than the candidate. Okay.
Hold on. Say that again. What?
All right. So under the 12th Amendment,
no
elector for president can vote for a candidate for president and a candidate for vice president from that elector's home state. Okay. You can pick a presidential candidate from your home state or a vice presidential candidate from your home state. But the electors from Florida could not constitutionally vote for a President Trump from Florida and a Vice President DeSantis from Florida. The 12th Amendment prohibits that. Okay.
So could that potentially pull all those electors out of play?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why one of them would have to move from Florida if and of course, Trump has the money. He's got the residences. He could move to
Ireland.
Now wait a minute. He couldn't do that. But he could set up a new home in Tennessee with no income tax, or somewhere else. Or Texas. But if he did that, he would be essentially sending a message that I need DeSantis more than DeSantis needs me. Okay. Mm-hmm. So he can't do that. That's why he's, pulling the knives out with DeSantis right now, assuming that what the Drudge stuff is saying. Mm-hmm. So that leads in, okay, well, who would his running mate be if it's not going to be DeSantis? And I can think of only 3 people that would fit the bill. You've got, Nome. You've got
Tulsi, perhaps.
No, he won't do that. She might be in his cabinet, but she wouldn't be a running mate.
Okay.
He might pick Nikki Haley, but I think the person that he's got his eye on and he would pick before he picked anyone else would be Carrie Lake. I've thought about it. I listened to her press conference. A few weeks from a few days ago, and when she talks, let's put it this way: if Donald Trump ever transitioned into a woman, his name would become Carrie Lake, because they are just alike.
However, Carrie Lake she's a coherent orator.
Yeah, she's a little slicker than Trump is.
True, but she puts the media down, and look, it's no professional courtesy. She used to be in the media herself.
Right.
It's like, it's not like I want to go throw back drinks with you when this election's over. Mm-hmm. It's like, you're not doing your job. She's as blunt and as direct, and she's somebody, if let's say Biden did run for re-election and he decided, to keep Harris because he didn't want to alienate the ultra liberal woke black vote, whatever, good night. Carrie Lake could have her day with her. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's kind of where I'm seeing this. Now that presupposes that Trump runs and wins the nomination. Now there is a clear split in the party about whether or not, maybe Trump needs to hand the baton to DeSantis or someone else. I'm of the persuasion Trump was probably should run, and my thinking of that is we've ironed out all the bugs in him. You know what I'm saying? I once talked to a guy when I was doing engineering. I once talked to a guy who used to work on the space shuttle, and this is back 25 years ago. And he was telling me about things in the 80s. And he said, back in the day when we were working on the space shuttle, we would get vacuum tubes from Poland. And for the space shuttle, they would use Polish-made vacuum tubes instead of, the PLCs and the other type of logic that we would use, even in the manufacturing plant I was working at the time. And he said the reason we did that was because, we knew they worked. They were reliable. Okay. I mean, say what you will about Donald Trump, he may have had a hell of a lot of skeletons, and they may have found a whole bunch of stuff or tried to create a whole bunch of stuff, but there ain't going to be anything else they can find out of him. And I'm not saying that there's anything that you would find with DeSantis. I think he's a man of integrity, an honorable guy, and he's done a great job as governor. But it's one thing to have the Florida press digging up all your stuff. It's another thing to have every reporter digging up stuff on you. Right. And so there's bound to be some opposition research somebody's come up with or will come up with on the governor that we don't know about yet. And I'm not saying that would have any bearing, but there's not much left you can pull out on Trump. So
there wasn't much at the beginning, even.
So the struggle with Trump, though, I think the problem that we have with electing Trump is he is a better motivator of getting Democrats out to vote than he is getting Republicans out to vote.
Well, I would agree with you to some degree, except to say this. Even though he lost in 2020, he had more votes than he did the year before, in 16. I mean,
yeah, but his attitude, I think, is what really got Biden elected, because he was a great motivator for people to come out and vote against him.
Well, I would agree with you to some extent, but I'm not convinced. And listen to me, I'm not wanting to. I know people are going to say I'm an election denier and brand me as some conspiracy freak.
No, we're not. Just so you're aware, we're not that.
No, I know y'all are. I'm saying somebody listening to this later, okay? I mean, when I do my opposition research, attention, future opposition research, pull up this podcast I did on election night. I do think that there is some, from a legal standpoint, just to give any as a parallel, when you're wanting to prosecute a crime and you go to the grand jury, you've got to have probable cause to make an arrest. You got to have probable cause for an indictment. But then when you go and go to the criminal trial, you've got to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay.
Yeah.
By analogy. Well, I don't know if there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that there was enough fraud to turn this over, but there sure as hell was enough probable cause. And the thing that bothers me the most is not the fact even that Trump lost or that Biden won. Okay. For me, the problem is now we have set the precedent that if you are running for president of the United States in November of a year, and or believe or have reason to believe that there has been fraud that has disrupted your election. Maybe that fraud might not have even been from the other side. It could have been from foreign people like the Russians or the Chinese or the North Koreans or hell, even the Canadians. I don't know. Foreign influence, whatever the case may be, may have robbed the people of their vote and robbed you of your opportunity to be reelected. And now the precedent has been set that if you raise that issue, you are going to be branded as an election denier going forward. And if you don't have all of your evidence the very moment you file your complaint, then you're not going to win. And look, I've been practicing law for 16 years, and I have been working on. I'll give you an example. I'm working on a case right now where I'm representing a defendant who has been joined in with like 7 or 8 other defendants. The lawsuit was filed in 2016. Okay.
Wow.
And we are still doing depositions now, 6 years later. Okay. Now, granted, there was a lot of pretrial motions about venue and jurisdiction and junk like that. But the point is, you're not going to get the discovery that you need to prove or disprove that whether a presidential election has been disrupted in the space of 7 weeks. Okay. And because of that, now we've set the precedent that if you stand up and say that there may be a problem with this election, you're going to be branded a fool for the rest of your life. So now that brand is there, now that is in play, that's going to empower more foreign governments, more, problems with, and I'm not talking about the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm talking about just evil people in general may want to manipulate the election because now they know if they win, they're going to get away with it. And that to me is the scariest thing. So here's what I think we should do. And I think every state in the union should amend because the legislature gets to pick the electors. Okay. I mean, under the Constitution, if the legislature of South Dakota decided, you know what, we're not going to have a presidential election in 2 years, we'll just go ahead and appoint the electors by the legislature. The Constitution would let them. It's the scariest thing. So here's what I think we should do. And so I'm hearing some reverb on my speaker, so that's why I slowed down. But so here's what I think. If we were to say, all right, I'm going to use Mississippi as an example. Mississippi should enact a legislation that says the winner of the popular vote for president will, get all of our electors. But if somebody does not win by more than 5 or 6 percentage points or whatever that percentage point is, okay, if there is a margin of error, if there is a very, if you're within a certain margin of error, okay, we'll have an automatic recount. But if you are within an even closer margin of error, then we're just going to automatically go and let the legislature pick the electors and dispense with all this litigation. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
But wouldn't that be, by the narrative we've told in the news media, wouldn't that be an attack on our democracy?
No, it wouldn't be, because the legislature would have put that into the statute,
Yeah, but that by their definition, is an attack on democracy, isn't it?
Well, we are a republic, so I don't really give a crap. I mean, look, one of the worst things that we ever did as a government, okay, was to eliminate the legislatures picking the senators. Okay, because I want you to imagine something for the audience that may have never realized this. Okay, the way our framers intentionally wanted the government to be picked is that, okay, there's going to be some, when you pick your members of the House of Representatives, you are 1 degree of separation from them. Okay, you're voting directly for that person. Okay, when you're electing a senator, they did not want you to elect the senator directly. You would elect your legislators. Okay. Well, the legislators in turn would appoint the senator. So you would be 2 degrees of separation from your senator. Okay. Then when it came time for picking the president, all right, well, your legislature would pick electors who in themselves would pick the president. So now you're 3 degrees of separation away from the president. Okay. And then the president himself or herself would pick the judges who'd be confirmed by the Senate. So you'd be 4 degrees of separation away from that. So you had the proper balance between the people having control over the situation, but not having a mob rule either. And by the flip side, you had, the semblance of stability without the tyranny that comes from having a monarchy. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a perfect balance, but you got rid of that situation where the Senate was, you started having direct election of senators. Then now that placed all that into balance. That placed that now legislators in Mississippi or in other states have to literally hire lobbyists to go campaign for them in Washington. Whereas just 100 years ago, they could have just fired the senators themselves.
Right. All right, I'm looking. Arizona finally has some numbers coming through. I'm going to pull Jeremy back in here to join this chat. Arizona, Jeremy, you're back from the streets. That's good.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it was time to wrap that up. It was cold and dark and hard to be seen on the side of the road. So we packed up everything and got back here to Bynum headquarters.
Home base, awesome.
Home base.
Arizona is 39% reporting. Governor candidate Katie Hobbs is leading 55.2%. Carrie Lake's 44.8%. We got a week left from this one, but they finally have some numbers out. So,
hey, Travis Wilson is currently leading in his. They've released some numbers here as well.
Oh, nice, awesome. So, Jeremy, how you feeling after being outside all day?
Ooh, I feel a lot better today. It's warmer in the house. I'll tell you that. Feel good. A good response to get out there and do that election sign waving there on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
No idea what this say as far as it actually being effective to change the vote, but
I like the fact that you're getting in the house to get warm and my air conditioner's running. So
you know what? We don't care. All right, we don't care about that. So shut up.
Yeah. We've actually had it's been seasonably cold here at this time of year for us. We're in rainforest, so in Southeast Alaska, having early November snow on the mountainsides and below freezing temperatures is pretty early for us. So, but admit it clear and it wasn't raining, and that was a bonus for us today. So,
excellent. Beto is down by 10 points exactly at the moment. Oh, sorry, 10.1 points.
Beto bites it. Beto bites the big one.
So, Andrew, was there any?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was there any talk in your part of the Texas that he even ever had a chance?
Not really. I mean, nobody here felt like he had a chance. At least not anybody I talked to. And we just hope he goes away. We're really tired of the guy.
Pennsylvania. Now this is interesting. Pennsylvania governor Shapiro is ahead. Half the votes are counted. He's up by 14 points. Looks like 14%. Sorry, 14%.
I'm
DeSantis
really
is in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm really surprised at the gap between the governor elections, gubernatorial elections, and the Senate elections in the same states. It really is surprising. It seems that the Senate Republicans are lagging substantially behind the governors in a number of states.
This is fascinating. A guy named Tim Young on the Twitter posted breaking: Beto has officially lost the hat trick of president, governor, and senator. Turns out the fake Hispanic nickname didn't help at all. Thank you, Tim Young, with the blue check mark on Twitter.
So basically, he's the Texas version of Charlie Crist.
Right.
Yes.
Except for he was never a Republican. So
you made the observation about the Senate races lagging behind the gubernatorial races. Do you think that might have something really to do with the quality of the Senate candidates that we actually have slated out there right now, or compared to maybe gubernatorial candidates?
It could be. And it looks like J.D. Vance has a pretty commanding lead. I'm surprised that they're not calling this one yet. In Ohio, he's up 9 points at this point with 71%. So, and of course, they've already called that one for the governor there. Georgia is just running neck and neck at this point. And I can see this one being a runoff, so we may not know on that one for a while.
Has there been any water pipes yet in Atlanta?
It's not late enough yet. So, hey, Jeremy, you're kind of in a little bit different feel for things there, because it's not quite the same there as it is other areas. How's the divide there between Republicans and Democrats? Is it a little closer than some areas than what you're seeing maybe nationally?
It's interesting that Alaska's really. It really depends. I mean, we're such a big state, so spread out with the smaller populations, that you'll see a difference in the brand of Republicans depending on where you're at in the state. I'll give an example of that. Here in Southeast Alaska, the Republican brand is really not really party centric. It's more issue centric. And so you'll see more moderate brand of Republicans here in Southeast. Whereas opposed, you get up into the Mat-Su or up into the Kenai, and there it's really super, super, I don't want to use the word conservative, but really right Republicans, kind of the ultra mega Republicans in that part.
The mega MAGA, you mean?
The MAGA, yeah.
Okay.
The Republicans up there in the ultra, up there in we call down here, we call them the Rail Belt Republicans. And then you get out into the villages, and you won't find too many up in the coastal end, up in the north of Alaska. You won't find too many Republicans at all, really. So it's just a diverse pool. But overall, the state in itself will be 5 to 7 points red as far as electing Republicans. I think Trump took the state in the last election by 6 to 7 points. So not as much as you'd expect from Alaska. Has always been considered a very Republican state.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say a traditionalist Republican state, though. I guess maybe even leanings of libertarianism here. A lot of the people here are just like leave me alone mentality, as opposed to national politics. So I don't know if that really answered your question, Andy.
No, I think it does. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, and you're starting to see some things. Matt talked a little bit about his love for Carter back in the day, and we're seeing some shifting here in Texas, and obviously in Florida. I mean, a heavy switch on the Latino vote, right? So that went heavily for DeSantis there. And we've got a couple of elections right now down in areas where it's been 100 years since they've elected a Republican, and it looks like they're going to elect a couple of Republicans in the southern part of Texas. So it'll be interesting to see how some of these things shift.
Yeah, we definitely. It's an interesting state. And here in Alaska, we look at our legislature as an example, right? We have a slim majority Republicans in our Senate, and right now our House has been basically a coalition of primarily Democrats. I mean, it's like a 21 to 19 Democratic coalition with a few independents, aka, they're independents. But they always seem to lean toward the Democrat side in our House, and then you'll see our governor's races usually will run about 3 to 5 points toward the Republican side. So Republicans will typically take the governor. Typically, that's probably not bad characterization, but in general, lately it's been the governor going to a Republican. We'll see our senators be Republicans, although Murkowski is obviously, you guys have followed the national news with Murkowski and how she dealt with some of the Supreme Court picks and how she dealt with those. And then most recently, how she's been dealing with President Biden's picks for major departments, whether it's the things that will impact us here in Alaska. So she's definitely been more moderate as far as a Republican goes. More or less, her and Susan Collins are kind of in the same lockstep, right there on the verge of stepping.
Yeah, they do kind of tend to be the tipping points in a lot of the contentious issues.
Right. And then the contrast that is we have a Senator Sullivan, and he's definitely more resource driven. He's a very strong Republican, but it's generally the strong Republican values. He really tries to stay out of a lot of the issues that we see with Republicans down in 48. So,
well, fellas, I need to. And Jeremy, by the way, it's nice to meet you. I know we didn't get a chance to speak earlier. You were out on the street, campaigning. But my battery
corner.
My battery on this iPhone is about to go dead, and I don't necessarily want to be talking with y'all on speakerphone. Then my 14-year-old daughter come down here and ask questions, and at any rate, or
hey, that could be good. You never know.
Well, yeah, hey, listen, you read some of the stuff I put on her about her on Facebook. She's pretty witty. She's a character.
Before you go, though, Matt, I did want the New York Times has given us some tools. I just want everyone to know this: elections and anxiety often go hand in hand. So this is on Twitter. It's official. Just 5:05 p.m. today. Here are some evidence-based strategies that can help you cope. You ready? There's 5.
Okay.
Number 1, try 5-finger breathing. Trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger. And when you trace up, breathe in. And when you trace down, breathe out. Number 2 is cool down. This is legitimate advice. Plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds. Number 3, move. Even a walk around the block can offer some relief for an uneasy mind. Now, Jeremy, you just walked around the block, so you should be perfectly calm. This is good. Number 4, breathe like a baby. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to the brain. And then lastly, limit your scrolling. Consider plotting out specific times when you will look for election updates. That is your 5 ways to soothe election stress, brought to you today by the New York Times.
So basically, they think Lee Zeldin is going to win after all.
Awesome. I like it.
Hey, Matt, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, sure. And if you want to plug my Facebook, you're welcome to @LawyerMatt. And my website, though it's just for my business, but it's betteraskmatt.com. So
very excellent. Perfect. Thank you, Matt.
Wait. Before I go, I heard you laugh. So, Jeremy, you're going to love this. I started renting a law office in this town I moved into, and it just so happens I'm between a nail salon and an Asian massage spa. And so I thought to myself, if I'm going to be putting the name of my business over the sign for the massage spa, people are going to automatically think things. So I might as well just own it, right? So I'm
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you for this brief moment here, Matt, and maybe we'll have an opportunity in the future to have further conversations.
All right, 10-4. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Yep. Awesome. So, there's nothing coming in from Alaska yet, which you still have. Did you say the polls are open till 8 p.m. up there?
8 p.m. Yeah, we won't see any kind of results start rolling in until I'm probably about. My guess is maybe 9:30 our time.
Okay, and it's what 6:41 there? Is that right?
Right.
Gotcha. Mark Kelly is leading Blake Masters at the moment.
Yeah, I think that was maybe predictable on that one. I think Nevada is going to be the interesting one there.
Do you think that
positive, but
do you think that Mark Kelly is still riding the coattails of his wife?
It's very possible. And you got, I mean, I think in Arizona, if I may be remembering this wrong, but it seemed like they were somewhere around 60% of the absentee ballots that were pulled in were for Democrats. So, he may be starting that count significantly up as things start reporting. So we'll see how that trends as the evening goes on.
Well, they're counting 40% of the ballots counted.
Yeah, and
precincts reporting. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out, because that could be some states actually count those early. And
some don't, right?
And dump those almost immediately once the election is over. So you get a pretty substantial lean in one direction or the other.
Quick question for you guys. You talked about the Georgia race, the Walker race. They require the 50+1 for there not to be a runoff, correct?
Correct. Yeah. And right now they're
currently Walker's up 49.4 to 48.6.
Right. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out if there's a runoff.
27,000 votes at the moment.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Well, I see 49.6 now.
Oh.
Maybe, who knows what's going to happen here, but they still got they probably got a lot of those larger districts still outstanding there, so who knows what's going to happen with those numbers.
Weird. Well, I don't know. Jeremy, were you involved were you on when we talked about if you had seen in your lifetime elections where you just assume you're not going to know the result for days, perhaps? Or is that a new phenomenon?
Oh, it's absolutely a new phenomenon, I believe. Even then, before all of the network news that we had, I think that we had a really good idea of what was going to happen in elections.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of them just stretching on and on and on is really an artifact of expansion of different voting mechanisms, right? Here in Alaska, they've always had a little bit of a delay, only because of the remoteness of some of the
right. Yeah, you guys are half the size of the country.
but right now, under our new system, we're not going to have any idea about what's going on in the election until Thanksgiving. There'll be some races that we could probably call, but we won't have an idea until Thanksgiving, which is that's kind of crazy, really.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about specifically Alaska, or are you speaking nationally?
Well, here in Alaska, that's just an example. That's here in Alaska. There's going to be places that around the country, though, where you may not know for weeks, right?
Yeah. So if they have, I guess for one thing, if they end up having the runoff in Georgia, right, then you're going to end up not knowing that one for several weeks, because it's
going to throw a little bit of a curveball for the Congress, for sure. So.
Now, this is interesting. Here in South Dakota, we had two statewide measures. One was or statewide questions. One was an amendment to the Constitution, which would have expanded eligibility for Medicaid. The issue in that, from the opponents of it, was that it would write in a federal program into our state constitution. That currently, with 31% reporting, is winning by 10%, 55 to 45%. And then we have a measure that legalizes marijuana recreationally, and that currently is failing by about the same 10% margin.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a losing battle across these states. I think you're just going to see more and more states approve the recreational use.
Here's in the last election cycle, South Dakota actually approved two marijuana measures. Kristi Noem, and this is actually one of the knocks against her. She fought that after the fact and like went against the will of the people and got it reversed in the courts.
Well, what did you say was happening with the Medicaid?
It expands Medicaid eligibility.
The turnout on it. What are you saying is happening?
It's 55% for, 45% against currently, with 31% reporting.
Boy, I can say.
How do you, I'm very confused on how you expand a federal program
from
state level.
Well, it's available. My understanding is it's an available product that the states have to accept. Like the federal government has, like, they extended expansion, and then
we've seen that happen here in Alaska.
Yeah.
Here over the last 8 years or so, 8 years ago, Alaska went through a Medicaid expansion, and so there's this idea that you're going to provide better, you're going to get better healthcare options in the state. But what's going to ultimately happen, and this is what you're going to see happen, is that it will grow basically without bound. And the state will then become responsible for portions of covering those costs. So it's not just fully a federal program. The state will have to pick up a portion of that cost.
I think 90% of it's going to be reimbursed by the federal government. Is what the South Dakota deal was. Is my understanding.
But even with the expansion, that additional cost is going to be there for the state.
Correct.
But then what you're going to see happen, and this is what that's happened here in Alaska, is that you're going to see BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, programs. They're going to be shifting the members into Medicaid as opposed to funding health programs through BIA, and you're going to see that cost shift from the federal government is going to start to slowly shift into the state coffers. Right. So you as a state, you're going to end up paying more. They're going to say it's expanded care, but it's expanded care with the prescription of you better provide XYZ. The state has no say in what that XYZ is, right? Because it's a federal program. The other thing that you're going to see happen is that you're going to see a shift in veteran services, and we've seen that here in Alaska as well. Veterans are going to be shifted, into the Medicaid program, specifically veterans that are at that lower income level that would then qualify, that are on veterans benefits, right? And so you're basically going to see this cost share shift from the VA into the Medicaid. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, that's still a federal program, but your cost share portion of for the state's required contribution is going to now be there that wasn't there before. So ultimately, I can assure you that you likely will not see better care in your state. You're going to see more prescriptive care that you have no control over, and the costs are going to go up for the state. So to me, it's really a big cost shifting scheme to shift those costs onto the state. But that's just my opinion on the matter. We look and see what's happened here in Alaska, and it's not provided better care. It's only provided more expensive care.
You said more expensive?
More expensive, absolutely. So there's, you don't have a real choice. Once somebody's enrolled in Medicaid, they basically have these healthcare rights now.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's not being provided through a state program or through an established VA program or a Bureau of Indian Affairs medical program. Not that those programs still aren't there. There's still VA programs. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
It's just that there's a shift in there's a shift from the who's actually taking part in those programs. And then that shifts portions of cost onto Alaska. So Alaska or your state is going to be responsible for paying for portions of care that the state has a really very limited ability to control what those costs are. Here's an example of that here in Alaska. So we have a village up north. Maybe you're in Nome, for example, and they don't have the appropriate dental care provider there in Nome for you. And you happen to be on Medicaid. So what's going to be happening is the child that's on Medicaid that might be receiving this dental care requirement, they'll book 2 airline tickets for the guardian and the child, and then they'll fly them to where they can get dental care. And sometimes that's in the lower 48 down to Seattle.
So who bears that cost?
Well, Medicaid bears part of it, and the other part of it's borne by the state.
So of the travel to get there.
All of it, yeah. The travel, hotel, per diem.
So that's got nothing to do with healthcare. That's just moving you to the provider that they are authorized. That they authorize.
That's absolutely correct. Yep. And so we see quite a bit of that kind of care happening because you don't have the availability of it in these remote areas. Right. Now, maybe it's going to be a little bit different for you guys because you can just jump in the car and go. Right. Where we don't have that ability here.
Right.
But still, even there, if you don't have the service readily available nearby, they're going to send you to where it is readily available, and the costs are then going to be covered. So.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to amend the Constitution ever, and so there's got to be a really good reason to amend the Constitution in my mind, and so it's a tough one because not that you don't want people to have access or to be able to get taken care of when they need to, especially the poor. However, when we write something like that into our Constitution, what are we binding ourselves in future to?
Yeah, you're creating an entitlement, and we use that term sometimes pejoratively, but we're literally creating entitlements where people are entitled to receive certain care or certain benefits.
There's a local candidate in Minnesota that I had opportunity to interview. In her, she had a post a couple days ago about things that are not that she says are true. One of them is wanting everyone to have what they need isn't a radical idea. And then everyone deserves to be safe, healthy, and loved. And I don't. I mean that's her
Does
platform.
That apply to Trump too?
No, he's not about everyone. That's but that was her platform. So that's why you need to vote for her, because everyone deserves to be healthy. Which I don't understand that. I don't know what that means. Everyone, if health care is a human right, what does that mean? Health care or someone else paying for your health care? Those are different.
Here's the way I differentiate on rights. Okay. If a right is something you can exercise on your own, right? If I'm exercising a free speech right, I don't need you to exercise my free speech right. But if I need you to operate on me, that's not a right.
So is that the same as like compelled speech in the Peterson scenario?
I mean, in a sense,
so is it compelled action?
Well, how else would you see it? How else could you interpret it? I mean, if you're forcing someone else to give you care or forcing someone else to purchase your care, how is that a right? A right should be able to be exercised on your own, right? So
I have a right to walk or move about freely. Nobody does that but me.
Right. If so, you have a right to keep and bear arms. Nobody's forcing someone else to buy you a gun.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, yeah, I could kind of go for that one maybe, but 50 caliber
man.
I've been looking at. That's
Oh geez. Whatever.
But I mean, really, if you need someone else to exercise what you're calling a right, it's not a right.
So, Craig, the item on your ballot, or the question that you currently have, is that is to amend the Constitution, or that is to bring the question to amend the Constitution?
It's an initiated amendment to the South Dakota Constitution, expanding Medicaid eligibility.
And that's going to be a simple majority vote of the people?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be ratified by the legislature at all?
I don't believe so. I think in South Dakota we have the ability the people can directly amend that. So pursuant to SDCL 1213.25.1, I hereby submit the filing for the Attorney General's recitation of the effect of a yes or no vote. So a yes vote is to adopt the amendment, a no vote is to leave the Constitution as is.
Yeah, we're going through a very similar thing. Every 10 years after the census here in Alaska, the people are given a question to say, call a constitutional convention. So that's one of the things
Okay.
on our ballot here is where you can call a constitutional convention by the vote of the people.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens with that on our ballot.
When you say a constitutional convention, are you referring to the Alaska Constitution?
Correct. Yeah.
So here's the Constitutional Amendment Attorney General statement for this. The explanation was Medicaid is a program funded by the state and the federal government to provide medical coverage for low-income people who are in certain designated categories. This constitutional amendment expands Medicaid eligibility in South Dakota. It requires the state to provide Medicaid benefits to any person over 18 and under 65 whose income is at or below 133% of the federal poverty level, plus 5% of the federal poverty level for the applicable family size as provided in federal law. For people who qualify under this amendment, the state may not impose burdens or restrictions that are greater than those imposed on any other person eligible for Medicaid benefits under South Dakota law. The South Dakota Department of Social Services must submit to the federal government all documentation required to implement this amendment and must take all actions necessary to maximize federal funding for this expansion.
Well, buckle up. That's all I can say.
So that, let's see. And there is, yeah, then there's some more suggestions. This was back in May when they were, or April and May when they were getting it together. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty confident it's going to pass. And the main reason is the explanations that I've seen in the marketing have been very minimal.
You know, it is interesting looking at so you mentioned 133% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 currently is about $37,000 a year.
Didn't it say plus 5% too, based on your family size? So, yeah.
Well, actually I don't know how that works exactly on there because the federal poverty level actually is divided up by person at 133%. So one person is 18,000, 4 people is 36,908.
Gotcha.
But I do find that interesting because I think back to when we had a family of 4 and we were living on about $24,000 a year.
Poverty.
And I get it. It was a little while ago, right? But still, we made it work, right? Without all the extra state help. So it just seems absurd sometimes. Some of the stuff that we hand out to people, we never give them the opportunity to actually work their way out of poverty. We want to just keep them there. It's more
well, that was something I had an interesting conversation at the voting booth, technically, with an old guy that I know. And it was weird because we had a chat about some of the details right there. But I thought, screw it, I'm a citizen. We can do that. And it was about that concept of Medicaid tends to keep you poor because to be on it, you're not allowed to ever acquire anything. And so to stay on that, then you have to remain poor. You can only have so much cash available to you. You can't own certain things because, and they just take it, you sign up for Medicaid. Well, you have this asset. Well, we need that asset. So then they take that over in order to give you care. So it feels like this is a way to just maintain
permanent
a certain level of poverty demographic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Jeremy, is that kind of how it feels up there too?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting up here I'm not going to speak in general terms of the state as a whole, but there are areas of the state where it's not just Medicaid that's the problem. It's that there's a waiver to the welfare programs that are federally provided,
Mhm.
you have time restrictions on them, right? But when you add in the rural areas of Alaska, a lot of these rural areas of Alaska are exempt from those time frames. So you can get up into some of the areas of Alaska, and it's just perpetual um, government aid and healthcare.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, then that they never will ever get off of it because there is no requirement to do so.
So, I mean, South Dakota several years ago voted to increase their minimum wage to like $9.25 an hour, and up from 7. I think up from the federal. Anyway, it was 7 something. So maybe that wasn't federal. And all the business owners were up in arms because it makes no sense to just cross the board, just increase the bottom, be mandated to do that. And the question came about, well, how could this happen? How could the people vote for this? And the reality is, if you allow on a ballot people to vote things that they benefit directly from, so I'm going to vote myself a raise, of course they're going to do it. Because people at that level don't understand what it actually costs to do business and what that looks like. So in this instance, if you hear it's going to allow more people to have health care, we're going to get more people to have health care. Well, the non-thinker is going to go, that's a great idea. Check, count me in. I'm in, without any research.
So one of the things that I'm with you on this, but one of the things that Beto was running on was raising the minimum wage in Texas. So the minimum wage in Texas is $7.25. Good luck finding a job here for $7.25. The reality
you
is,
mean, so there's no reason to raise it because it's already raised essentially?
so you go by most of these places and you look at fast food places that are advertising $10, $12 an hour starting wage at a fast food place. So $7.25 as a minimum wage, nobody's paying that. Nobody's working for that because the demand for labor here is so much higher, because there's no minimum wage strangling it out. The demand for labor is actually pushing the cost of labor up.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to
go.
start our conversation here. It's been a really long couple days.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to jump on here. I know it was a long ask, and I really appreciate it. It's been good to
good luck
catch up.
with that. And hey, Travis Wilson did win his election.
Ooh, that's exciting. Sweet.
14 of 14 precincts reporting he's got 54.46% of the vote. So
that's excellent. So Jeremy, you're next. Buckle up.
Yeah, no, we're going to win this thing. I think.
I like it.
We're in a positive. What's this cat doing?
Hey, wanted to get part of the show. It's good.
Yeah. No, we put a lot of work into this campaign, and we're running, like I said before when we had talked. I'm running against a 4-term incumbent.
Yeah.
And, it's a hard thing to overcome. We've been in this race for 4.5 months. We're really in the race for 4.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I can definitely tell you that trying to run a statewide campaign or a state campaign in 4.5 months was quite a feat to do that. And obviously I didn't do it on my own. Having a good partner in life really makes that possible.
Yeah.
So my wife has been instrumental in making this happen. And when we first got into this thing, one of the things she said is, I'm not going to be the campaign manager. I just want to let you know that.
Wait, and are you looking at your campaign manager right now?
Yeah, pretty much.
I love it. Perfect.
So she said, never again. We're not doing this again. No, but really, we put a lot of work into it. We've done thousands and thousands of letters and signatures and licking stamps or not licking stamps, but putting stamps on and 34 miles of door to door knocking on doors.
Wow.
And we did all that in about 4.5 months. So it's been a really tiring thing. And then holding a 50+ hour week job, managing the electric division and being on a borough assembly. It's been pretty busy 4.5 months. So we're happy that tonight is it. Hopefully
awesome.
we can wake up tomorrow and know that we have the numbers to win this
So
election.
how are you gonna sleep well, not knowing the answer to that question?
Yeah, we'll see. It's been, like I said, pretty tough. 2 days here. The last 2 days have been go. Been on the feet here since 7:45 this morning.
You'll be waking up and pushing that refresh button, right?
Yep, that's exactly what'll probably happen. Yep.
Awesome.
Hey, good luck to you. We look forward to hearing the good results, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
VoteBynum.com if you
That's
want
right.
to find out more. Excellent.
VoteBynum.com.
Perfect.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Thank
Hey,
you. Have a good one, man.
We'll have to get on and do another little catch up at some point after we win
do it.
and talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the state legislature. So
I like it.
thanks, guys. Good seeing
work.
you.
Yep. See ya. Awesome. Let's jump into Chuck Todd here.
And he's doing better than our libertarian in Georgia, who is likely going to force a runoff.
Okay, so Hallie, what say you?
So if you're looking at themes tonight,
Yes,
there's a
let's
couple
look
of
at some
things that I'm
themes.
super interested in because, as Chuck has noted, we are doing a bit of a rematch of 2020. We've talked about, as we talk about big picture themes, we've talked about the Donald Trump factor, which you addressed with Senator Lindsey Graham.
It's a factor now.
We'll see how that goes. I think you're looking at abortion access too, right? Because this has been something that Democrats have focused on heavily.
They do, and it hasn't been. I mean, it's been like low 20s potentially.
We are seeing numbers that are very similar to what we saw in 2018 when it was record-breaking youth turnout. They largely break for Democrats here. I have a question here on how much that is helping to drive some of the, as Chuck knows, the college town turnout, et cetera, how much that is helping to drive Democrats to overperform in some of these spots that we've been talking about.
And I think suburban women and the suburban
Andrea, here we go.
Pittsburgh and Philadelphia may prove to be really important. Obviously, we're going to wait for Philadelphia to come out. We have to see what happens in Allegheny County and the big cities.
Mm-hmm.
But suburban women and the abortion issue. I think abortion
Election day
trumps
voters are
crime.
Democrats. Election day voting Democrats.
Oz
That was
is
something a
closing
lot
the
of people didn't see coming.
Huh?
Oz is closing the gap, by the way.
Well, I'm looking at Wisconsin too. Ron Johnson is only up by 8%.
No,
A little over 1%.
0.8%.
So yeah, geez. No, 6, isn't it? 49.3 to 50.7. But he's up 68% reporting. That'll be interesting to see if he pulls that out, because he was so vocal against the mandates and he's the guy in the Senate who's been having all these hearings with the the conversation and the people that aren't allowed to talk about the pandemic treatments and such. And I think it's fascinating that he's the guy. And so we'll see if he gets if he can hold his Senate seat.
Yeah, we definitely got to hold on to some.
So Thune in South Dakota is handily so far putting aside Brian Bangs. Now, Brian Bangs sat down with me.
So.
Huh?
They have called that one.
Yeah, I mean, there was no chance. I mean, Thune has $15 million in the bank, and Bangs had nothing. But Bangs sat down with me for an interview, and Thune did not. So apparently, I'm the problem.
It is interesting. Obviously, very early on with 2% of the vote, but the Republican is leading in Washington.
Now that will actually be phenomenal. Like Patty Murray, that lady. It would be interesting to see her go. I mean, she's been there for how long? How long has Patty Murray been in the representing Washington in the Senate?
I don't know the answer to that question.
It's been a while. Peanut Gallery, do you know how long she's been there?
Too long.
well, and I see. Well, that's kind of my.
Who does that not describe in the Senate?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think anyone take party off. Let's move the R or the D. Just take that off and then say too long. Been there too long.
I think Cocaine Mitch has been there longer than I've been alive.
Ooh, what's happening in Iowa? Chuck Grassley. Okay, so Grassley, who is is he 88 currently? He's winning 56.3 to 43.7 over Michael Franken.
And that's one that they've called that one as well.
Well, there's no chance that Grassley loses because of his pull. But now, I'm 43. I don't remember Chuck Grassley not being in the Senate. I don't. And like Joe Biden, I don't remember Joe Biden not being.
There's a lot of those guys there.
Yeah.
Joe Biden was there forever. Mitch McConnell has been there forever. Schumer's been there forever. I mean, there's just so many of those guys, and they just keep getting reelected, and they're older and older and older, and we got these extremely aged senators now.
Oh man! So Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, was on Smartless, the Smartless podcast, with Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes, which I typically really enjoy that show because those three guys are hilarious together. So they had the puff piece where they got to fawn over Joe Biden as president and how great he is and all the things. But one of the things that really jumped out to me in their hour-long chat with him, Will Arnett is Canadian, or he was. I think he has American citizenship now, but he was born Canadian. And he made reference to that, and he's like, "Oh, sir, I'm an American now," which is kind of a joke. And Biden had the gall to say, "No worries. If I defect, I'm defecting to Canada." Are you kidding? The sitting president said that? Oh.
The bad part is that's not the worst of his the things that the guy has said.
Chuck Grassley is 89. He was born in 1933. He was elected to the Senate. He's been the senator from Iowa since 1981. I was born in 1979. Old Chuck, he's 89. That means he's going to be 95 by the time this next term is up. Is that how old was the KKK Grand Poobah in the Senate?
I want to say
what was his name?
Somewhere around 89. Byrd.
Yeah, Bobby Byrd. Yeah, Robert Byrd. He was in his 80s, wasn't he?
Good friend of I think he was 89. Good friend of Mr. Biden.
And interestingly enough, he was also there's pictures of him with the old lady who used to run the newspaper in my town. A good South Dakota Democrat.
So they finally called Ohio for Vance.
Is he the incumbent?
Toomey.
Oh, so this is new for both.
Yeah.
All right. So currently 88% reporting, 53.6% to JD, and 46.4% to Tim Ryan.
So it will be interesting. So it looks like, and we'll see how it plays out, but it looks like no matter which way this goes, it looks like it's going to be a runoff in Georgia. Because it doesn't look like either candidate will hit 50%.
They're 84% in right now. And Walker is 49.3 to Warnock's 48.7.
So if there's not and there's a runoff, it'll be interesting to see which way the votes break in that for the.
Well, keeping in mind that we do still have all night. We have overnight hours
to collect some more votes for them.
The votes, there's precedent to show that the votes very much can change overnight. So just throwing it out there. So, I wanted to see Chuck U. Schumer, the words of Rush Limbaugh, is winning 59% to 39% over. There's no way he loses that New York seat.
No. Unfortunately, no.
I mean, that guy is another one who has been in there too long.
Right.
Tammy Duckworth from Illinois has, they've called her, which that's not terribly shocking, I don't think. What are we doing? You're just now looking at the social medias? The peanut gallery's behind the game. It's all right. Well, I wanted to look at the House. I wanted to see what AOC was doing in New York.
She was up on the last one that I saw there.
Let's see here. I mean, I would be surprised again, just because Hakeem Jeffries is winning. Yeah, she's 70%. 70.5%.
She's not in a district where she'll ever lose to a Republican. The only way she loses is if she gets primaried.
And she won't, because of she primaried the old guy who didn't think he needed to. So unless she's an idiot and doesn't realize what she had to do to win.
She'll be there as long as Nancy Pelosi was.
Oh, now okay, let's go there. What's her now? Again, she will never lose, and we don't have much data, I'm sure. But I cannot imagine that she ever has an issue. Yeah, no. We don't have any of those yet. We're still some time away from the West
So they've
Coast.
called depending on which ones you're looking at, somewhere around 140 seats for the Republicans and about 86 for the Democrats in the House.
I was gonna look. Let's see, where did that go? Yeah, so currently the Republicans have won 14 seats in the Senate, and the Democrats 7 is what it shows on the Google map. If we look at the House, Republicans they've gained 2 seats. The Democrats have lost 4 in the House.
How does that work?
I don't know. That's an interesting. Well, no, they can't be a. It's got to be a flipping. Well, it can't be a flipping. It'd be even then. I'm not a statistician. I don't know. Hochul. Did we see what Hochul's doing in governor of New York? Kathy 55.3% over Zeldin's 44.7%. 64% reporting. Man, other than that lady's just creepiness, I don't know how she loses. Just because it's New York.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on where the votes have been counted so far. That's an interesting one. I don't think she's ever actually won an election before, has she?
No, she was. Well, wasn't
a governor election?
Well, wasn't it or did she just get appointed after old Cuomo had to?
Well, she was the
hang his head
lieutenant
in
governor.
Okay, so she stepped into that role. All right.
Right. And there she's done that a couple of times.
So she's unelectable?
Roles. Well, maybe not after tonight.
This is true. Well, it's like the current vice president. I mean, we don't know if she's electable or not. I mean, she, according to the Democratic primary, she's unelectable. But I was trying to find old Michael Moore.
The blue wave predictor.
Well, is he not on the Twitter anymore? Did he leave?
No, I don't know. He was on there just the other day predicting a blue wave. So.
Mike's midterm tsunami truth. Jimmy Dore has a quote from him that says, vote Dem or you're stupid. So, I mean, the intellectual prowess of these people is just staggering. And I still go back to the New York Times. I mean, do they assume that the American public are just drooling morons in order to breathe like a baby, take a walk?
You gotta realize their constituency. So they knew they were going to lose the House. Good chance they lose the Senate.
So they're just prepping everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, we know it's going to be bad. So here, and actually, it'd be best if you go take a shot of whiskey. Is that where they're at?
In their case, I think it's just methamphetamine. So,
San Francisco. I'm kind of bummed we didn't get our California report, although I did get a note from Larry Blydner from That Larry Show. If anyone listens to this show, he was on just recently. I was going to see if he could come on and give us a boots on the ground report. Here's what he told me. He's like, elections here are pointless anyway. He said it's a one-party commie state. And he said you can quote me. So that's the sentiment there, apparently. And I did reach out to Scott Jensen, the challenger to Tim Walz in Minnesota. Didn't hear back, but I'm sure he's in the middle of crazy. Kristi Noem is winning handily over Jamie Smith. Still, there's only 49% reporting currently. But let's see here. Let me go to the statewide. So looking at the South Dakota website, statewide voter turnout, it's at 19% overall reporting, apparently. No, sorry. Precincts reporting are 35%. Ballots cast 118,000. There's the active voters. So this will be fun. You live in a monster state. The active voters in South Dakota, 597,073. So as of now, we have about 20% of the active voters have cast a ballot. 687 total precincts. 241 have fully reported and 28 have partially reported. So that must mean that there's 400 that have not done anything yet, which is weird, but okay. So let's see what they say Kristi's numbers are. I did actually reach out to Governor Noem's people as well to see if she could come on, but not with this kind of winning. They won't do that. She has received 107,474 votes so far. And Jamie Smith, the challenger, 56,835. So I don't think he has a chance in anything. Which is interesting because if you listened to the South Dakota Democrats, which I follow both sides, and it's fun to see what they say. They were all in, like, this guy is the guy. He's the one. He's the good guy. But I'll tell you what, if she wins by that, I mean, right now, I mean, obviously we're not there with the fully reporting, but if she wins by 10 points, man, that will be insane. Because I think she only beat Billy Sutton in the last time by 3. So
it sounds like people are happier with her than generally thought, huh?
Well, than generally thought by someone, and yes, very much. But again, is this a matter of voting for someone or voting against someone? And I would love to figure that out somehow. Like, was Trump voted against, or was Biden voted for? Is Warnock voted against or for? Is Fetterman being voted for, or is Oz being voted against? I don't know. And there's probably no way to know that, really. In the governor results so far, the Democrat Party supposedly has gained 2 governorships, and the Republican Party has lost 2. That's interesting. But prior to today, or prior to the election, the Republican Party held 22 governor seats and the Democrats 12. That doesn't add up, but whatever.
No,
those are just the ones that were on the ballot.
That's the ones that they've called so far, yeah.
Yeah, because there's several that aren't actually running. There's no election in those governorships.
Right. There's a few states that don't have.
So they have called Minnesota for Tim Walz currently, which isn't surprising. It's interesting because of what Tim Walz did to the state during COVID. Just like Whitmer. Where's she? I haven't even looked at Whitmer. She's man. Only 34% reporting. She's up 51 to 46. So that's close-ish, but she's up by 80,000 votes currently. But like her, Tim Walz, Kate Brown, the Oregon race currently with 46% reporting, Tina Kotek, 45.8%, Christine Drazen, the Republican, 44.4%. Now that's interesting because Phil Knight funded the Republican campaigns.
He hated Kate Brown, and so he was.
Yeah. But it was weird because I read a quote of him saying that it's time to get the Democrats out of power in Oregon, which surprised me coming from him a little bit.
Yeah, and that's interesting. Obviously, as the night goes on, you kind of have less hope for something like that, just because it tends to be the population bases that tend to be slow with their reporting. So, but it is interesting that there's the third party candidate has sucked off 9 to 10% of the vote here. So
yeah,
definitely gives a leg up to the Republican.
Well, and I think that was what the Democrats were whining about in Oregon was, well, there's two things are drawing away from our people. Gavin Newsom is up 60% to 39 in California. Not surprising.
Does anybody know who was running against him?
Brian Dahle? Nope, never heard of him. But he's at 1 million votes. There's only 19% reporting. He's got 1 million votes. Gavin has 15 or 1.5 million. So, I mean, someone knew him.
40% of the electorate just said they were not voting for Gavin.
This is true. Katie Hobbs, 56.9. Carrie Lake, 43.
I'm really surprised at this number here because I really didn't expect Carrie Lake to lose this.
Well, it's only 47%, and this is the state earlier today where they had their machines failed.
Right.
And they were told, wait for hours. Sorry, people wanting to vote. It's going to be hours. Of course, if you say that out loud, then, the algos and the people are going to claim you're an election denier. You're prepping for denial. Which, if that's the case, Hillary Clinton is an election denier because, was it last week? She said that the Republicans are going to rig and steal the election. Didn't she already say that out loud? So is she an election denier too? I hope so, if they're going to keep their standards consistent.
So with 97% reporting, DeSantis spanked Chris by 20 points.
That is incredible. Especially after they threw Biden, they threw Obama at them. And then the Senate race for Val Deming, it's the same thing, 57.9 to 41%. Rubio over Val. It's not quite as big of a span, but my goodness. Rubio beat her by 1.3 million votes. That's resounding. Like that is that's a message when you win like that.
And I'll tell you what, the fact that, and I don't know how it completely shook out, but with a large number of the votes having already been counted in Miami-Dade County, to have a Republican up in Miami-Dade County in the count is just phenomenal.
Fetterman is up by almost 41,000 votes over Mehmet, the man behind the curtain.
So less than 1%.
That's what Oz was.
And Oz just continued. Yeah, right. Oz just continues to close that gap. So that is interesting.
Yeah, because it is getting smaller, slowly, but smaller.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's down within, less than a point right now. So that's an interesting to watch for sure. North Carolina still not calling that one with 95% reporting and 3-point lead, 4-point lead.
Georgia governor race, 86% reporting. Brian Kemp, 53.8 now. Stacey Abrams, 45.5. That is almost exactly 300,000 vote difference with 86% reporting. But again, wasn't it in the 2020 election that overnight Georgia's count flipped?
Jumped about 400,000 votes.
I'm just going back and reciting history. That's all it is.
And Herschel Walker is just hanging on by a thread right now. They're at 49% with him up by about a few hundred votes.
They're both 49. That's insane. Yeah, that is. Is it a full 1,000? It's not. 700 votes. Wow. 86% reporting. That's another one. You think that's going to go throughout? I mean, there's no way they're going to. Wait, did you say they have to get 50%?
Yeah, if they don't get 50.1, then it's a runoff.
When does that happen?
I think it's 4 weeks.
Oh, brother. Didn't that happen? Isn't that how Warnock got in there? Wasn't that a special election runoff? Or what was that?
No, that was a special election. It wasn't a runoff.
Okay. Let's jump back into Lester Holt and see what he's got going on here, just because they're chatting away with somebody.
Why did you embrace the president, and why did it work for others?
Yeah, well, I'm
talking to
thankful that the president came to Maryland, both because it's important that as a state that we are going to have a strong relationship with Washington. We've got big things.
Wes Moore, governor-elect of Maryland.
And we're going to need the support
That's one of the governorships
from Washington in order to do it.
Lost that they didn't really lose a Republican.
Interesting.
Maryland is proving to be bold and is going to move fast about how we're thinking about everything about renewable energy and clean energy to being able to offer a service year option
That was
for
a
every single
59 to
high school
37
graduate.
win,
Maryland
though,
is prepared to
as of
move
right
and
now,
go
anyway,
fast.
with
And I'm
72%
excited for the
reporting.
fact that the president,
No, I'm
came
saying
here
the previous governor was a Republican.
Dan Cox? Or was he the incumbent?
No.
Okay.
I'm drawing a blank on the previous governor there.
At least in politics, he had a very crowded primary. Tom Perez, the former DNC chairman, was one of his opponents. So he prevailed in the primary and then went on to a race that was a bit easier for him because he was, again, it was another of those Trump-backed candidates who proved to be too controversial for the voters of Maryland.
He has never run before. He has run a major charity. He's a military veteran. He was raised by a single mom, saw his father die in front of him when he was 3 years old. He is such an American story.
It's incredible how much she looks like Karen Schlesinger.
It's going to be fascinating to watch what he does in Maryland.
All right. Well, we are continuing to watch the midterm
Oh,
elections.
it's crazy about Andrea Mitchell, NBC News. You know who she's married to?
I don't.
Alan Greenspan. Alan Greenspan, the old Fed chair, right?
Right.
Which, I mean, if you think about that, Andrea Mitchell has been another face on television that I don't remember not being there. Reporter, unbiased reporter.
What time do the polls close in Nevada? Why are we seeing no results from Nevada?
They're gambling still. You think if anyone that can count and do odds, they could do it.
Let's see something here.
Arizona, Katie Hobbs, 56.9. Carrie Lake, 43.1. They're still under 50% reporting, though. That's because their machines shut down, according to earlier reports. This show's going to be so long. So you said Travis Wilson was successful?
Yes. Yeah, it was 100% of the precincts reporting on that one.
All right. Oh, hold on. We're at Mehmet Oz's campaign headquarters here.
And they anticipate, according to the acting secretary of state, that they may be going through this counting process for the next few days. But the bottom line is there's certainly some bad signs, some ominous signs for the Oz campaign at this point. Consider John Fetterman's effort. Right now, Fetterman is outperforming Joe Biden from the 2020 election in some key areas, including Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown. Oz is doubling his performance there right now. The advantage.
Geez, what does that say about President Biden?
This time around, it is roughly 16 points. And then Allegheny County, that's in Pittsburgh. John Fetterman there tonight with a 33-point advantage so far compared to 20-point advantage that Joe Biden had just a couple of years ago. Dr. Oz has really cast himself as a moderate throughout this campaign, but I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny of the fact that he hosted Donald Trump this past weekend in some of these key counties that folks are watching. And the counties that we're watching
Scrutiny by whom?
Those collar counties that border the suburbs of Philly, that border Philadelphia right now. A lot of votes still to be counted there. And speaking to some of the Republicans in those counties tonight, they said to me, it's the economy stupid, trying to co-opt the message that they had heard from Bill Clinton, frankly, back in the early 1990s. But tonight, it's clear that the abortion issue is significant as well. Even some conservatives
There it
saying
is again.
that was on their mind as they prepared to vote tonight. We'll be keeping a close eye on the way things go over the course of this evening. But Oz is not giving up. He may need to wait several more days before he knows which way this one goes. Back to you guys.
Peter, thanks. And there are the current numbers on the board as we have them.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez is in Atlanta following that close race. He is at the Warnock campaign headquarters. Hi, Gabe.
Hi, Savannah. Well, we expected a long night in Georgia, and here we are, a real squeaker. And right now, both candidates under the 50% threshold as we await more votes to roll in. Just a short time ago, John Ossoff, the other senator from Georgia, was here trying to pump up the crowd, trying to convince them to stick around. We still have not heard from Senator Raphael Warnock so far.
So Oliver has made this a race.
Hoping that these last batches of votes, a lot of votes actually from in and around Atlanta, might
Because he's got 72,000 votes, and they are, what are they, 15,000 between them? Warnock and Walker?
on top tonight. But again, Savannah and Lester, that big question, whoever comes out on top tonight, will they cross that 50% threshold and prevent the runoff? If no candidate gets there, we'll be back here in a few weeks, a month from now, in what is a crucial race.
200 votes apart.
Seen that movie before, Dave. Thanks very much. We want to welcome NBC News contributor Stephen Hayes, who's editor and CEO of the online opinion.
I wonder what these anchors get paid to do election night coverage, because that could be fun. Heck, we're doing it without getting paid. By the way, if anyone wants to help support this show, you certainly can do it. Go to theinterviewpodcast.org, click on the Donate Today button, and you choose the value you get out of this show, if any, if you're still with us. You choose that value. Everything is very much appreciated. And welcome. So
you can sort of choose what you want. You can believe what you want about this election. Democrats can believe.
Man, that guy's getting old. Eugene Robinson.
The Republicans need one lousy seat in the Senate, 5 lousy seats in the House, and they have the majorities. And here it is, coming up on midnight, and we still can't say decisively that they've won a majority in either house of Congress. So that's an amazing performance for for a party in the first term of that party's presidency. It in a midterm, it just doesn't.
Can't say we
happen.
haven't lost yet. So we've done amazing.
They've defended their turf pretty well. Republicans,
the spin is incredible.
At the same time,
we'll have to go dig up the other side to see what they're saying.
I think we've really seen the emergence of Ron DeSantis as an even more major figure in the Republican Party. And
nobody was surprised by that.
Sort of
really
formidable.
I mean, of all the politicians that rose up from the crazy during the last couple of years, it's DeSantis all day long. Let's go see here. Sorry, I'm going to do a little talk amongst yourselves. What's Arizona looking like? I'm gonna go find some alternative, some other side of the news.
Is Mark Kelly is with? We're still at 48%, so nothing's really changed there. Looks like Mark Kelly's up by about 18 points. And I think it's the same numbers on the governor right now with about a 13-point lead for Katie Hobbs. So be interesting to see how that one plays out for sure.
JD Vance is talking here.
Coalitions all across the state of Ohio, and it's such an important job because, of course, now that I'm the senator-elect for the great state of Ohio, we've got a solid foundation, not just to win races, but to actually get to Washington and serve the great people of Ohio. So I got to thank Graham, Jack Mahoney, Caleb, Daniel, Joe, Thomas, and Seth, our incredible field directors, and of course, Addie, doing great things for us. And I want to say a few words about our incredible financial team, Powers, Angie Strader, Chris Applegate, and Hannah. Thank you for everything you guys did. And finally, let me just say a few things about the three guys who I think constantly were in my ear about what we needed to do, about how we needed to execute this.
This
campaign.
JD Vance from
My dear
Ohio.
friend Jay Shabria, thank you for everything that you did. Andrew Sarabian, a great guy, a Massachusetts guy, but still a good guy. Welcome him to Ohio, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Sarabian. And I already, of course, thanked Jordan Wiggins. I also want to thank Luke Thompson for everything that you did helping us on the outside. So there's the thank yous. All right, there's the thank yous.
Oh, good. Thank you, JD. That'll be lovely.
Did you ever watch his Hillbillyology?
No.
You didn't? Okay. All right.
What was the premise?
It's a movie, but it's kind of about life in the poor area of the Appalachians. So
okay,
it's yeah, you might be interested.
No, I just this is crazy. I'm looking at Minnesota's primary results, like their this actually was their primary. Looks like in their governor race, the kinds of parties they have. So there's a grassroots / legalized cannabis party. There's a legal marijuana now party.
You think those could join forces, maybe?
You would think so, but they're different. Then there is Republican and then Democrat, Farmer Labor. So in Minnesota, they have a DFL. That's their Democrat, Farmer Labor Party. I'm trying to find election results for that because I want to see their statewide results here. Show me a map. Just show me the map. All right, here we go. District 12. So it appears, is that right? Voters, let's see, 50% reporting in District 12 of Minnesota for state senator. We had on this very program Carrie Dorey, who was a DFL candidate for that seat, running against an incumbent Republican. She's losing 71 to 25% currently. So unfortunately, her and she was the one who said everyone deserves to be healthy and happy and loved. That message must not have resonated fully. Let's see.
Was she the one that kind of freaked out when you asked her a question or two about her thoughts on abortion past reproductive care. Was that the one?
Yeah, that was, and actually we could find the episode here because it was on this show. Yeah, it was.
Kind of had a meltdown.
Yeah, and it's always telling when someone then says, "You as a man have no right to say something."
Yeah.
Episode 81 on this show from July, and I know this lady. She's a nice lady. We've interacted over the years, but it was kind of fascinating because that got and I talking about it on another show on here is I don't normally do that, but it was interesting to me that it got so like it popped up as a almost felt anger, almost, and you can go listen to it, anyone that wants to. But it really was the idea that you should not be able to ever say anything about someone wanting an abortion, especially if you're male.
The double standard is pretty stark when you start looking at women going to court to get child support.
Okay, right? you have some standing in this conversation.
What right do you have to tell a man he has to have a child?
You mean if they are the ones that can determine if that child lives or not?
Right. Why does only one parent get the choice to kill a child? I mean, it's an economic hardship on the man too, right?
Isn't it? Wasn't it Stacey Abrams, the governor candidate for Georgia, who said that forced childbirth is that what she said? Forced childbirth, like government forced or government mandated birth, maybe is what it is.
If you kill your kid, you have a lot more money for food, so that helps inflation.
Right, exactly.
Now, and it's true, children are expensive. There's no doubt about that. But does that mean the answer is? Oh, hold on a second.
The answer is that only one person gets the choice in killing it.
Right. Is this Kemp?
Well, thank y'all so much. It looks like the reports of my political death have been greatly exaggerated.
It's Brian Kemp from Georgia, yeah?
Yeah, they're calling it for him now.
Listen, it is a great night to be a Georgian.
So does this put Stacey Abrams in the Beto camp?
So much for
I think it does.
Family tonight. Let's hear it for the best first lady and the best first daughters in the nation. As you all know,
they all got the same dress length memo, that's for sure.
Wouldn't be without these four ladies that have worked so hard and supported me in everything I've ever done. So I just cannot thank them enough for their support.
Now this is crazy. That guy's accent, he's Georgia.
Yeah.
I have had the opportunity to interact a little bit with the CEO of Aflac, Dan Amos. They're based in Atlanta, Georgia. Exact same drawl, exact same tone, exact same sound. That's crazy.
We would not be here without you. Thank you so much, y'all.
So now it'll be interesting to hear Abrams' explanation of this result.
And our state legislators who are here. Thank you guys and congratulations. I know you all have worked incredibly hard over the last few months, and I look forward to working with you.
Election results. They just state that their vote was suppressed.
How many did she get? He's gotten 1.9 million, and she got 1.6.5 million. I don't know if that's suppressed. Maybe it is.
And all the hard-working Georgians across the state who came out to our bus stops, our rallies, our meet and greets, those who helped Lucy fill up our diesel fuel can. You remember at the bus stop when Lucy was holding the diesel fuel can, and we told you at those stops all across this state.
She brought the can on stage.
It's just in your pocket. And I appreciate
We could do
y'all
that for this
supporting
show.
the girls with your contributions, but also just appreciate the strong grassroots supporters that we've had literally from Claxton to Calhoun.
I think I'm going to do that. You know, we have all the money we need for this show. It's sitting in your bank accounts now. All you got to do is give us a transfer.
Over the last several months.
So Oregon, 47% reporting currently by Kemp. Tina Kotek, 45.5%. Christina Drazan, I don't know how to say her name, 44.6. So they are 9,000 votes apart, actually. So that's kind of, that will be interesting because I grew up in Oregon, Peanut Gallery. Has there ever been a non-Democrat governor in my lifetime?
I think Vicatillo was the last one, and that was probably
before me.
Might have been. Could have been in the 80s.
I believe the number I heard was 40 years since there's been a Republican governor there.
Huh. I was talking to Larry Bleidner on the episode 85 of the show. And just the idea or my memory of voting. Like I remember as a little kid, my parents would go vote. And so we'd go sit in the car as they went to the poll somewhere. But when did they implement mail-in voting?
Yeah, that mail-in voting just killed things there because they just send out all of those ballots, and it's not controlled very well at all.
Well, there's no chain of custody.
Safe and effective. It's perfect. What are you talking about?
I can't tell you. My grandparents, after they passed, their ballots continued to show up for years after that.
Did they really?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I only mailed them back in a couple of times. But I mean, you could literally, because they mail them out to pretty much everybody, right? You could literally go to the post office and see people throwing away ballots. I mean,
that's nuts.
There's just it's ripe for cheating. It really is.
Man, Christie's lead's getting bigger here. 63.6 to 33%. I mean, that's got to change. It's got to change. Sioux Falls got to come in for Jamie. Something. Because I'm telling you, if he gets beat by 40%, oh.
It is interesting to me that Arizona is not tabulating any more votes. It's just
they're stuck at 48%. You're right. That's because their machines broke.
But nobody can count any votes. I mean, it's just
apparently not.
It's very strange.
Let's go back and see what's NBC.
There were two lawsuits filed by the Republicans in Arizona.
When?
Today, because of
them breaking, like mid-ship, they just bam, we're gonna sue you right now.
Yeah. Because of the glitches.
So the House, so far the Democrats have lost 4 seats, and the Republicans have gained 2. I still don't know how that works. Maybe some of the races haven't been called yet.
Well, they had to flip 5.
Okay. So then maybe the other 2.
I wonder if that means 6.
That means. Who knows? Well, see, I wonder about that. Is it a combined something? Senate so far, 43 Dems, 45 GOP. That's how it sits currently.
43, 45.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they picked up Vance. Well, they didn't either because Toomey was the.
Now we're going to lose Pennsylvania, it looks like.
You think old Fetterman's going to take it?
And it doesn't look good.
Is Mehmet not worth it? Mehmet. Oh, let's go to Chuck real quick. Oh, hello, audio.
We still aren't able to count Indiana 1, which tells you part of the reason is because we still don't know which way the House is going. And in fact, with Indiana 1 did tell us, we didn't know it was going to tell us that, Savannah.
Well, we are in suspense with bated breath. It's coming up on 9 o'clock on the West Coast, midnight.
What do you
here
bait it with?
We're still going full speed ahead. Lots of results to come in.
No,
Results
baited
unknown.
cheese.
We'll be back after this.
So I would love to know what the actual ratings are for at this point in the game for that kind of reporting. Where we've got, we're still going strong. We're going to keep going. It's midnight on the West Coast.
I think it starts to drop off.
It has to. I mean, I can't imagine anyone's watching this show still.
Well, it is interesting that they had the spread at 46-46 and Google has it at 45-43.
Oh, yeah. Yep. What have they called? Oh, no. So, Google says other parties have 2 seats. So there are 2 independents that caucus with the Democrats. So technically,
that's true.
There are 45 Dems because
but they were on that one you were just looking at. They had 46-46.
So that's what I don't understand. And I asked a friend of mine working in the Senate, and he didn't have a good answer to me. How do the Democrats have control of the Senate when they technically have fewer members than the GOP? But it's only because of the stinking independents.
Right.
I lost my camera. Hold on. Hang on. I got to go figure something out here. We've been going so long, I think my battery died. All right. Read through some results here. I'm going to go fix that.
All right. Let's see. We're still at 48% in Arizona, and we're still not seeing any results from Nevada, which is crazy. Mike Lee looks like he's doing okay in Utah. That was a interesting mess there where Romney refused to endorse the Republican. What a clown he's turned out to be. Georgia, 49.1 to 48.9. And that one is just neck and neck. They're about, looks like they're about 9,000 votes apart right now. So that one's just going to seesaw for a while. If Walker can't pick up about another point on this, it looks like he'll have to do a runoff, which will be interesting.
Well, I'm not sure how much longer those water pipes are going to be able to hold up. We may have to shut things down and clean that up.
Yeah, right. True story. Nevada is such a weird one that we're not seeing anything, and we're not seeing any movement in Nevada. Uh-oh. My TV wants to know if I'm still here.
Are you still watching? All right, we got that fixed.
Oh, it kicked me out. Gotta go back now.
All right. What else do we have here? Let's jump into Crowder here, see what he's got going on.
So take the Senate, I think you're looking at a series of messaging bills being the kinds of things that House Republicans can pass.
Hold on, what's going on here? Yeah, you be quiet.
That's the Tommy Boy quote, if anybody.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I got extra time on my hands.
Which, by the way, takes place in where? Wisconsin.
I have family in
Midwest, yeah.
Wisconsin too, of course.
I love that we've got old Abbott in the
I
background.
know all about it. I know all about
Sandusky,
your
Ohio.
family.
Sandusky, Ohio, my friend.
Sandusky, Ohio. You're right.
Callahan
called
Auto is
myself that out.
located in Sandusky, Ohio.
Well, we have a guy from Wisconsin here right now. Hey, why do you not,
Sorry.
Jeremy? Why do you not sound all retarded?
Brother.
It's a fair question.
Look, I don't really have much to say about that, but I will.
And now
say,
our show's going to get pulled off something.
You can say, I don't have a lot to say about that. Well, that's a fact, Jack. We're going to the snack shack.
All right.
Did he say the R word?
Holy cow. She giving consent. Oh, Kathy Hochul, this lady.
I want to thank all of them, but tonight I want to speak directly to New Yorkers.
So is she going to thank God for these votes now, like she thanked God for the
Sheila,
vaccines?
who had a special way.
Yeah.
Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight,
Not us.
particularly my only sister.
All right, so you heard there. We're going to get
they
some
cut
of the
right away.
remarks, though, from Hochul.
We don't want to talk to you. I wonder if well, they're not even talking. Yeah, so NBC does have 46-46.
Also, the Herschel Walker Watch Party in Georgia as well. We're going to keep some of these up. Remember, we want to hear from Governor Kathy Hochul. She gave extensive remarks in this victory speech. We'll have it in just a moment.
Well, bully for you. All right.
Well, I think if they're not gonna
Herschel, there's some video feed from Herschel's podium.
I don't think they're going to be able to celebrate tonight.
Remember when Hillary lost and they were all excited and then their people were like crying in the room because they had this whole thing planned. Didn't they have like a glass ceiling prepared to shatter? And
Well, I mean, it was at the Javits Center.
Yeah.
That's a pretty ritzy venue.
Yeah, which is, I mean, you totally have to plan for that kind of stuff. That's great television.
Looks like Ron Johnson's starting to pull away there too.
Is he? What a disappointment, though. You spend all that cash, all that time, all that money, and then just like you end with nothing. Like your resolution is gone.
Well, they are in Wisconsin, so I mean, you got Madison there. So,
but this is true. Is Madison counted yet? Probably not. I mean, the University of Wisconsin is the Berkeley of the Midwest, is what I'm told.
Wasn't he running against Nelson Mandela?
Yes.
He died, I think, like 5 years ago.
Not Nelson.
Oh, Mandela Barnes.
Yeah. Get it together.
Good times.
Chuck Grassley, 79%. He's a shoe-in. The old codger. John Thune, 71% to 25% bangs. I feel bad for Brian. Idaho, Oregon, Ron Wyden. Oh, that's another guy.
For a long time.
How long has he been there?
Well, he beat out Gordon Smith.
Oh, I forgot about Gordon Smith.
And he's been in there ever since.
That's insane. Patty Murray is pulling away 57 to 43% currently. Alex Padilla from California is 1.1 million votes ahead of Mark Muser with 31%. Yeah, Nevada's got nothing coming in. What are they doing?
It's very strange. Polls are closed and there's no results. What?
I get Alaska not coming in yet, but Nevada?
That's not the story. The story is you're asking questions, but nobody on the mainstream
This
is.
is true. And they got Walker, Warnock, 49-49. They're within 100 votes. No, they're less than 1,000 votes apart currently.
Yeah.
I'll just drop
Yeah, that
this
one's been
visual on there.
Fourth there.
Yeah.
Do they show the percentage?
49-49.
No, of votes counted.
72% reporting.
Hmm. Well, can you imagine none of this happened, but if somebody cheated,
Yeah.
they had the fix was in.
Mm-hmm. Which it wasn't, clearly.
No, it wasn't. But if it was, and you knew it, and the numbers started going against you, it would be like, hey, these guys are cheating me. The cheater would think he was being
Right,
cheated.
Right. Yeah, Rubio has beaten Val Demings by 1,300,000 votes.
That is substantial.
I'm telling you, especially just like yesterday, the Democrats were all on the social medias, all just jacked up about all of their, we're going to elect her. She's going to be the first whatever to the Senate.
Well, a big slug of Republicans left California and moved to Florida, and that's who voted for Rubio. Bunch of Californian Republicans.
Well, actually,
Oh, now that's fascinating.
Well, one of the things though that has happened there too is a lot of the Latino vote went Republican this time. That's how come they took Miami-Dade County.
Oh yeah. It looks like old Walker's on the stage somewhere, but they keep going away from it. He's not talking. Colorado, Michael Bennett's winning, 65% reporting. He's up by 130,000 votes. He was a failed presidential candidate as well. Mark Kelly's up for 57.8. They're still at 48% reporting, though. Something is up. Something is up in Arizona.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Nevada, nothing. Something's up there. Mike Lee is winning but he's running against an independent, looks like. It doesn't even look like there was a Democrat in the race for Senate in
They
Utah.
didn't need one.
What?
What was his name? McMullen?
Oh, yeah, Evan.
I heard somebody call him McMuffin.
Yes, indeed.
Ron Johnson is, what's he up? 70,000? Yeah, about 70,000 now votes. Todd Young, J.D. Vance. So J.D. Vance was a flip, is that right? In Ohio? No.
Because Toomey was.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He retired.
Yeah. Fetterman is at 49.3. Mehmet is at 48.3. So now they're 1 point apart, which equals out to being somewhere in the 80,000 vote range. Mehmet. How do you say that? Mehmet?
Oz.
Dr. Oz.
I like the man behind the curtain better. Vermont, Maggie Hassan. Connecticut. Oh, is Richard Blumenthal? Is that who that is? It is.
Yeah, he was winning.
Yep, he's winning 54.8. There's how much percent reported? Let's see here. 44%. Huh. Well, Fetterman's camp is, let's just throw this on the screen. Fetterman's camp is so good, they're actually just playing CNN on his stage.
Huh.
That's
They're all just
interesting.
gonna be hanging out there, I guess.
Right. Let's see. What's
I think what we've run into at this point is all of these places are going to kind of drag to a stop in terms of reporting.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see much change at this point.
Yeah.
And so how long have we been on the air?
3 hours 48 minutes. So, yeah, we probably, because at this point, like as we look left to right across the map, as I'm looking here, and actually, I'm gonna do this real quick. Let's go over here so I can throw it in this tab that I'm sharing. All right, so we're just going to throw this up and walk through it for a second if we can. I'll go full screen so we can see it better. Not Beto. You know what? Let me go back to me for a second. If you look at, it's Beto. If it'll focus, yeah. Sorry. This courtesy Andrew to me. That's good. I was looking at a mirror image of voted. I voted apparently for Trump sticker that I wore today after I did democracy.
Yeah.
And I looked at it in a mirror and reversed. It's Beto V. So yeah. Special. All right. So as we look at these races here, let's see if I can do that. It might be big. No, it's not bigger. Never mind. So Oregon, this is Senate results. Ron Wyden, 54% reporting. I don't know if you can see that at all.
Yeah, there. So if we look at, here's where I'm a little.
Oh, they've called Patty Murray now for Washington. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say. So they've called a number of these races. So, the only ones I see that are leaning blue currently are Pennsylvania and Arizona, other than the ones that they've called, right? So they've outright called.
Correct. Yep. And yeah, leaning blue. You're right. Yep. Everything else is a
So that gets
a
us
check
to
mark.
46. But then if we just go with the ones that are leaning red,
Which is Georgia, Utah. Which Utah's going to get there. Like, there's no way that's not red.
right? Wisconsin.
Let's look. He's at 80. Let's see, 51 to 48% now. I think Ron Johnson pulls that out. I'll be surprised if he doesn't win.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So we don't know how Georgia's going to go, but we figure Wisconsin, Utah, probably Nevada, Alaska's pretty safe. That gets us to 49, with Georgia being kind of a toss-up, but the Dems at 46 with two independents puts them at 48. Where's the rest of the races? What am I missing?
That's a good point. I don't know. Nope. I don't know where that is, because here Republican Party total of 45 seats, Democrats 44, other parties 2, and then Republican parties have won 16 and 29 when there was no election. Democrats have won 10 and there's 34 that were no election. So I don't understand that either. So yeah, I'm not terribly sure where the numbers are. Well, no, that makes sense because there's 100 total.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at the election results here. So you've got basically 46 seats already in the Democrat column. You got 45 seats in the GOP column. Well, now it looks like 47 seats. What did they just call? Refresh your screen there.
They have 45 Dems,
which would be 47.
And 45 GOP here. But then if we look at, what do these guys have? Nothing.
But they're not showing 10 outstanding races. That's the thing that's got me baffled.
Yeah, because they show 45 and 45 total seats currently. The Democrats have won. So what? Well, is it Patty Murray that they just called for her? Illinois was there already.
It was already there.
There's no way they're calling Kelly at this point in Arizona.
Isn't he way over?
What do you mean?
He's over Blake Masters by quite a bit, isn't he?
Well, 57 to 40.
There's
but
there's some serious problems.
Yeah, they haven't changed their reporting number for an hour.
I think they've stopped counting. They're doing whatever it is they're doing. They've got lawsuits they have to deal with, and so
yeah. All right, so that's the Senate world. My mouse is stupid. So now let's look at the House world.
So it is interesting. I'm looking here on Fox News, and they're showing the GOP count at 174. It just went away.
In the House, obviously. 174 to what? Did it show what the Dems were at?
Did, but it went away, so I don't have it anymore. So
Okay.
Google seems a little behind on their.
This is the Associated Press, so this is official. Clearly,
they let the secretaries of state to, report.
Yeah. So governors. So we have a bunch of leaning blue. They have Arizona. Still, yeah, we're at 48. We're not going to know that. New Mexico. Michelle Lujan, or whatever her name is. I'm surprised. She's the incumbent. I'm surprised she's winning because of how she locked the state down. And the same with Tim Walz in Minnesota, though, really. Apparently the people don't have any, I don't know. I don't understand. Gretchen Whitmer, for her to be winning in Michigan blows my mind.
That is interesting right now. So it looks like Michigan is, I mean, they're only at 46% reporting. So a lot of votes left to count there.
Yeah, and she's up by 100 and what? No, less than 100,000 votes. What's that? 80? No, 75.
You're asking me to do math at 11 o'clock at night.
Right. I'm not asking you to do anything. Maine is now so okay. Is it so rural that Maine can't be counted? 69% reporting in Maine. That's it. We've got 66 in Colorado reporting. Wyoming 62, South Dakota 66, Nebraska 73, and Maine can't get their crap together to get more than 69% reporting. Tina Kotek. My mouth wants to say something else when I say that, but I won't. 55% reporting, 45.9. So she's only up by, geez, is that 18,000 votes? That would be insane if the Democrat loses in Oregon.
Yeah, it would. And it looks like Raphael has pulled ahead by a couple hundred votes.
Over the Herschel?
Over the Herschel.
Hurdle. Yeah, it just moved to the blue instead of the pink. It's baby blue. What's that, 300 votes?
Yeah.
He went up by 300. 89% reporting. Have they...
So it doesn't... So if they continue to stay right there in that 49% range, it isn't going to matter anyway.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because it'll just go.
The outcome of that.
Yep. Yeah. So now, is that the goal, do you think? To force a runoff just to have another... Now, we know who benefits from political campaigns. 100%. And that is the news media. So it would behoove them, wouldn't it? To have this stay at 49% and have to do a runoff, because think of the ad revenue.
Oh man, the whole nation is going to be focused there, especially with the fact that it doesn't look like, I mean, if the Republicans take a majority in the Senate, it's going to be a very, very slim majority.
Well, and let's not forget, or rather, let's remember that when Warnock won the last time, the billboards and the campaign was from President Biden, elect Warnock, and we are giving you $2,000 checks. $2,000 checks are in the mail if you elect Warnock. That, I don't know how that was legal, but that's what they did. So they got their $2,000 check. So what are they going to give away this time to get this election to happen?
So unless I'm missing something, so the Democrats actually have done pretty well on this run here. 47. They're setting up 47 right now with the two independents. If you assume Wisconsin, Utah, and Alaska. That puts us at 48, with Nevada and Georgia being the.
But the great news is
Carrie likes
every
talking.
single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement
Is
we
it
had
Prescott?
at that rally in Scottsdale,
That's what they call it.
the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections.
She's clapping for her own line.
Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy.
Are you blaming God?
Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have
Name
had
him.
everyone
Name him.
come
Who is
against
it?
us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight?
So, hey, Fox
Are
News
you
has
willing for
47 on the
Yeah.
on the Senate and 175 to 136 in the House.
Oh, I heard. I just got a note from on the phone that says, "I hear Abrams just conceded, but still hasn't conceded from the last election."
Right. Didn't really lose that last one.
Right. This one's bad, but that's funny. So, what did Fox have?
They have Republicans at 175, Democrats 136 in the House currently, and Senate 47-47. But since I'm not, you know what? Let me look at something.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Let me actually stop that screen. Let me go look at this one here. Sorry, I'm adding a different screen to this so we can. Where are we at here? All right. So this is Fox page. There we go. All right. So 6 Senate seats left in play, they say. Democrats 47, Republicans 47. So the ones in play are what?
Nevada.
Warnock.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Okay. Key seats. North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, Alaska, and Georgia. It's more than 6.
Yeah, they've already called some of those. That doesn't.
Yeah, but they have a check mark on these. Because Murray was called Scott, Bennett, Hassan from New Hampshire. 124 House seats left in play. So Republicans at 175, Democrats at 135. It is crazy to me when you look like at the House map, just the color that happens.
Right.
All right, let's go to the governors. All right, Kotek 45.9, Drazen 44.39. 50, that's half the vote count. Reporting, yeah, I just think Democrat has to win that. Yeah, Arizona here is still sitting at 48%.
It makes no sense.
This is amazing to me that South Dakota, Kristi Noem, is 63 to 33% over Jamie Smith. Wow. Tim Walz. I'm really kind of, not really. I guess I'm kind of surprised that Tim Walz won by that margin so far. One of my colleagues in Minnesota had a campaign, one-term Walz. That's cool. Huh?
I was going to say, should we wrap this one since we're...
I think so, because at this point, I mean, I don't know what else we can learn. I mean, Ron Johnson, real quick, let's look at that. Where'd it go? Where'd my map go? Well, we'll do this, and then we'll look at this other side. All right, so the map says... in the Senate side of things, at this point, 85% Ron Johnson is 51.6 over Mandela. Nelson's kid, no, 48.4. 85%. I mean, I guess it's looking good for Johnson. Utah, I don't know what's up with that one. 54, Mike Lee, 42, Evan McMullen. 49% reporting. California, Padilla's in, Ron Wyden's in, Patty Murray's in. Arizona, 49% reporting now. Arizona, holy cow. Mark Kelly's up by 220,000 votes. Warnock, 89%. They're still at 49%. They've got Warnock up by 1,900 votes currently. Yeah, so tomorrow maybe we'll have more number. Well, okay. If past is prologue, then we will have different numbers tomorrow. Alaska, nothing yet, so that'll be interesting. Hopefully, O'Bynum will pull out his seat. That'll be kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know what else we can say. It's been kind of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a blast.
Yeah,
I had a good time, even if nobody else did.
That's right. Well, Andrew, from are you technically in Denton? You're not, right? You're south of Denton.
No, I'm actually in Hickory Creek.
Hickory. Oh, yeah. How did your local measure your?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. So when we were down there was a couple things. You had a local measure that you couldn't find data on, and we couldn't find any data on what it actually meant. It was, but didn't it say to legalize the sale of alcohol, basically?
Yes.
Let's see how that went. And did you happen to vote in favor of that by chance?
I did vote in favor of that. I'm always in favor of more commerce, not less.
Absolutely.
So let me see here. You probably have to go check in with them to find out what the results were.
Knock on their door. Hey, do you have the results of this? Heck, you couldn't even explain the measure. Or maybe they're just so simple that it made sense. John Thune's the projected winner. Thank you, NBC. Of course. 71% to 20. Man, Brian Bank, I feel bad. That guy got shellacked. Man.
He was the military guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was episode.
He was a JAG officer.
Yeah, yep. Episode 73 of The Interview here. So that was back from May of this year. Well, this also was an interesting experiment on the show's part, because we have simultaneously been streaming to 3 YouTube channels. So I have one for another podcast I do, this podcast, and then a personal one that I have. Plus Rumble. We were on the Rumble. And our flagship Facebook page here at the Y Milbank Podcast Network. So that's interesting. So
yeah, I'm
nothing. No luck.
Nothing on this.
Hey, that's just like trying to find out what the bill said. How about that? Right. You got to pass it to know what's in it. Come on.
That's right. Man, crazy. But yeah, no.
I would love to know what that is if you ever find out. And if we can ever understand why Nevada has no results, I would love to know that as well.
Yeah. So when I go to the election page, it only has the election for the. Wait a minute. Hold on. Election information.
Peanut Gallery, do you see anything on the social or on the across the interwebs as you dig about there that talks about Nevada not having any results yet?
I didn't see anything. No, I think they're kind of. I think it was when I think it was when Bush Gore was up, or it could have been Bush and Lurch. What was his name? Anyway, the
Kerry.
Yeah, the
watermelon.
The exit polls were way in favor of the Dems, and then when the votes started coming in, it was going heavily for Bush, and they stopped counting after a while, for like over an hour. I don't know what they were doing.
Because it didn't seem right?
Yeah, they were. It's like, whoa, this isn't right. That's not what we ordered. Or that's not what they said, but I don't know what they said. And it's kind of like Nevada and Arizona. Why did they stop? They stopped with, well, the Dems are up in Arizona. Pretty high.
In what? In the governor?
Yeah.
Yeah, 200.
But there's over half the
votes on unreported, yeah.
Right.
Or precincts on, yeah.
Now what's the Nevada count right
Nothing.
now?
Zero. There's no results at all.
Yeah, no results.
Oh,
that's the crazy part. Is there's just nothing from Nevada.
Yeah.
And nothing from Alaska, which I kind of, well, what time? It's 3 hours different, so it's 8:30 there. That's probably right. They wouldn't be coming out yet. In the next hour, they certainly should have. But anyway. All right. Andrew, any last words of wisdom?
I would much rather have seen that red wave we were talking about. I don't think we saw that tonight.
Do you think that it has moved the needle, though? And if, let's say it's similar, but it does, like the House changes hands, does that affect the president's trajectory, do you think?
Oh, for sure. It for sure does. I mean, he can't just do whatever he wants at that point. It will be interesting to see how much that needle moves on the House side, though, for sure.
All right, this is weird, and it's only weird because so I'm monitoring the NBC News feed, and they just showed a little bite of that Carrie Lake speech, the one we saw just a few minutes ago, where when we saw it, she looked very full color, warm tones. The image they just showed, that same feed, she looked dead. Like washed out, like it's like they cranked the white balance way down to where it's not natural.
Oh, they didn't mean to do that.
Was that an accident? Oh, brother. All right, Andrew, thank you so much. Anywhere you want to send people if they want to pay attention to you? You don't really do anything on the socials, do you?
I just troll liberals on Twitter. That's all.
Excellent. This is the interview. We'll wait on that. I wanted to go out on a song called Common Ground.
There you go.
Theinterviewpodcast.org. Again, remember, I don't know if anyone stayed this long, but if you did, we appreciate it. And you can go to theinterviewpodcast.org and help support the show. And we would appreciate it. And in the words of Brian Kemp, we have all the money we need for this show. It's just in your wallet. So all we got to do is just transfer it over. So anyway, thanks a lot. Andrew, it's been fun. Thanks to Jeremy Bynum. Vote Bynum. Thanks to Travis Wilson in Missouri. Congratulations on his win. And Matt
Wilson. Yes.
My brain just shut off. Matt Wilson gave a ton of great commentary. It was really fun to have him on the show. I'd like to have him back. And who else came on here? Was that it? Was that all we had? Pop it in.
The peanut gallery.
Oh, the peanut gallery. That's
there.
right.
There is one bonus question that you can get an A if you get this right. What do you get if you cross hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
Better.
Trying to
you get better.
Just trying to sabotage the show right at the end. Good work. Theinterviewpodcast.org. Thanks a lot for hanging out with us for this weird election day night special. We will certainly see you on the next one. Have a great time and see you later. So Andrew, this will actually drop off when I pull this file up. So
okay.
Good night.
Good
and
night.
Good
Sir.
luck. Have a good one, everybody.
Talk later.
All right, see ya.
Trapped in the flames as our house burns down. Left for dead cause we can't find common ground. We can't find common ground, so we agree to burn it down. We can't let it burn down, so we need to find common ground. It's so hard to find the truth when the other side wants to bury you, And it's so hard to find the way when the other side wants to play it like a game. It's all about who's wrong, who's right. Don't wanna learn, we just wanna fight. If different thinkers are enemies, just think of what we could be. If our thoughts were in harmony, I know we both want to do the right thing, but the needle in our compass is trembling. Trapped in the flames as our house burns down. Left for dead cause we can't find common ground. We can't find common ground, so we agree to burn it down. We can't let it burn down, so we need to find common ground. Let's start getting ready for protection. Living that way, back to wrong. That's wrong. That is wrong. Who's right? The one can find common ground. Your heart's in the same place, but your mind is a million miles away. And it's forcing us to separate. Your heart's in the same place, but your mind is a million miles away. And it's forcing us to separate. But your mind is a million miles away.